Good morning and welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Last night it was all about Keely Hodgkinson winning the 800 metres gold, and we're at the middle of the distance as far as our Group A is concerned. And when the starter's gun was fired yesterday, well, there was 4 keeping pace at the top.
We'll go for Big H, winning this opening game of the day. First match against Bradley Brooks, double 18. Said it needed to go, and it certainly did. 113 finish for Harry Ward. Absolutely fantastic. So for the lead, to go one away.
Double 18. And he takes another chance.
He'll be back for the match. Treble 17 needed. Gets the tops.
Very, very nicely done by Bradley Brooks. When he needed to produce a good checkout, he did. He's in the way of Marvin here.
Fix it all. Instead of keeping the game simple, stare at that treble 20, easy. Stare at the tops, easy peasy. Bradley Brooks is back in this game.
He missed that last one by a mile. No reason for Conan Whitehead to go for the 180 apart from to annoy Bradley Brooks there, to get the referee on things, to shout the 180 for the lights to flash and to put him off. Did it work?
He had to wait for the cameraman at the end there, didn't he?
Maybe that trick did work for Conan Whitehead.
Indeed it does. Into day 2's worth of action we go here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And when I was told that I was going to be working with the North East's finest darts commentator, I was hoping Paul Nicholson was here. However, Glenn Darrant will suffice. Glenn, great to see you once again, and what a first day we had.
30 seconds in and already picking on me Henry Deacon. I was told this week it was going to be Chris Murphy, so yeah, less of your cheek.
Right, shall we get into the action?
Let's do that.
Because Marvin van Velzen's a player at the top of the table, 4 on 6 points, one of the first day's worth of play. And Marvin was probably the most consistent of them all.
Yeah, and Marvin was a surprise pick for me yesterday to win Group A. I think it sort of surprised a few people, but he's very bouncy in the players' area. He's really motivated, and he can throw some really good darts. You can just see him composing himself here with a win over the luckless Bradley Brooks at this stage. But yeah, he's enjoying his experience here, is Marvin, and be interesting to see how he responds today.
What pleased you the most about his performances yesterday?
His attributes, like I say, there was a couple of players where the shoulders were down, everything's going wrong, so I'm not going to play my best darts. You just sense he has a real delight about being here, and he's going to grab the opportunity. And for me, he was the player of the day.
Conan Whitehead, the former champion, is in second spot, also on 6 points in the group. What would be your overall assessment of the day? Because he got off to a very good start.
Yeah, missed opportunity when you go 3 out of 3 and then lose your final 2. I mean, I'm sharing my accommodation with him, so I walked down to the venue with him today, and he was slightly disappointed. Never felt right once yesterday. Even the games he was winning, he didn't feel 100%. He's looking forward to the challenge today. He's free from injury. He's been working really hard away from darts right now, and he feels like he's, 6 points a good start. Big day for Conan Whitehead.
Joe Croft had his moments yesterday, but the big moments went against him.
Yeah, he started great. He should have won his opening game, and when he lost 4-3, his head went down pretty much straight away. And yeah, the 150 finish here was a real highlight because his finishing was awful. 18% over the day. That's not Joe Croft. At times he looked really good, and say someone I've been following on the ADC circuit as well. Won a couple of big tournaments up in the northeast, and I think big things are around the corner for Joe Croft. Yesterday wasn't one of his finest days.
Well, let's have a look at the table as we enter day 2 here at the Live Lounge. 4 players tied at the top on 6 points. Harry Ward and Stefan Bellmont also on that number. Bradley Brooks with 2 wins on day 1, and Joe Croft occupying bottom spot in the table. Let's talk about the 2 players in 3rd and 4th, Harry Ward and Stefan Bellmont. How do you think they would have slept last night?
Harry Ward is somebody who's not playing regular darts. I think I said on commentary a few times where I think he'll get better. He'll be playing regular this week, and come Thursday, Friday, hopefully Saturday, we might see the best of Harry Ward. It's very difficult in this day and age to just rely on your talent. You know, you've got to have a routine preparation, something that Harry Ward hasn't got. I think he got away with it yesterday with 6 points.
And let's have a look and see what the bookies think after yesterday's action. These are the odds. They still stick with Conan Whitehead as the 11-4 favourite to go on and win Group A. Not often do you see the player that is top of a Group A after day one down as 4th favourite.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real pick-em. I went with Marvin before the dart was thrown yesterday. But don't be surprised, moving Tuesday, if it's Joe Croft today. I think he just had a real bit of a stinker of a day, to be fair, and I think he's got the talent to come through. So the value could be, you know, the bottom two, Bradley Brooks, is not a 6-1 player. He topped the averages. He was good on his finishing. He was just a little bit unlucky, and I'd like to think overnight he saw the positives. He could come roaring back today.
Well, it is 18+, begambleaware.org if you can have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right, let's get into our first game of the session. It sees Harry Ward in action. He's looking to make it to the top of the pile on 8 points if he can win his opening fixture of the day. And early on this morning, Phil Barrs caught up with him.
Harry, here we are, day 2 of your Group A campaign. Looking back on yesterday, how would you assess it?
I got away with it. I was poor yesterday, really. To win 3 out of the 5, I was happy. I know that this week's going to be a week I'm going to get better and better throughout the week, the more match practice I have, because I haven't had a lot of that recently. And hopefully pick up a few more wins today and put myself in contention on Wednesday.
Look, we know that you don't play a lot of competitive darts now. It's only mainly here is your bread and butter of competitive stuff. So is it a case of having to play yourself into form?
Yeah, I knew that on the drive down on Sunday. I thought I can grind out results. I can beat anyone 1st to 4 if I turn up, and and that's how I felt yesterday. Like I said, I got 3 out of 5 wins. I was pleased, but I know I need to up the levels going through the week, and I will. I think I will. Yeah.
Is it tough trying to switch your game on and off when you need it then, because you're not playing perhaps as much as everyone else?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Like yesterday, I think my first leg of the day was an 11-darter against Brad, and I thought, well, that's what I can do. It's not going to get any better than that, probably. But, it got a bit worse throughout the day. But that sort of thing, like, I've not played much competitive darts, and I do that first leg. It just gives me that bit of confidence I need in my head, knowing it's there when I need it, and I can do it.
Where is the Harry Ward love affair with darts at the moment?
I just play local league when they're short. I get myself out the house a bit because I've got a 6-month-old lad. The summer league as such for the darts, I've took a back step because I like spending time with him when I finish work. So it's just darts. I'm just in a good place. So darts is just there, and if I lose, I lose. If I win, I win, and I know I can play well. So if it does click in towards the end of the week, I'll be dangerous.
Well, Harry, wish you all the very best.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
And Harry is in action in our first game of the session. He takes on the Dutchman Marvin van Velzen, who tops the pile going into day 2 here at the Live Lounge. A 3rd appearance for the Dutchman, and he's hoping to make it through to the finals. As for Harry Ward, interesting interview with him at a place of the sport where he's enjoying playing it, but he's not going to put pressure on himself to reach the true and utter height. So Van Velzen, 24 years of age, from Poldijk in the Netherlands, ADC European qualifier, is the Terminator, and he is back for another tilt at the title. Up against Big H, the 27-year-old Harry Ward from Swaddling Co, former Players' Championship, when he's had a couple of goes at a Saturday night here at the Super Series without making it into Champions Week. He is hoping to change that fact this week. And I am in the company of the former Premier League champ Glenn Dunn to talk about all of today's action. And this is not a bad way to start.
Yeah, referee Jack Garwood, he'll be dealing with the proceedings today. It was a really tight, nervy affair yesterday. 6 very, very good players. 6 players, I think, at the beginning, before a dart was thrown, had aspirations of topping Group A. I did feel like the winner of the whole week would come from Group A.
140.
I didn't see anything that suggested that yesterday. I think we'll see much better darts yet. A decent start already from the Dutchman.
Well, sometimes you see group A's, particularly when there's an ADC Europe qualifier or an ADC player on debut, and you think maybe there's 3 runners and riders and 3 players that may be bringing up the rear. But you looked at that group A before Dart was thrown yesterday morning and thought all 6 would have come in with their own justifiable thoughts of going on and taking the group.
Yeah, I think Joe Croft was the one who was disappointed. He's got a tough start with Stefan Bellmont in his first game. But Stefan, yeah, he's flattered to deceive here at the Modus Super Series. He has the credentials. He has the the CV of playing at the Players' Championships even this week as well. So, yeah, it's an intriguing day.
For both players, with the group so tight, a big start is key, particularly when you have a look at how the fixtures are laid for Marvin in particular. He takes on Harry in the first one, then takes on Bradley Brooks in game 4, and he's on 4 points, but could so easily, if he wins his first 2, find himself on 8 and then find himself very much in the picture. But this promising start for the Dutchman, and Harry here slow out the traps.
Yeah, before Marvin goes there, it was a really nice interview with Harry Ward. He speaks so well, pretty much how we thought it would be. We thought it would be top stops. He started the match with a 140.
50.
And did it just look like there, Glenn, he walked on the last dart?
Absolutely. We spoke at length about that yesterday. A lot linked with sort of Bradley Brooks, but it was clear the movement was there. Could be a good sign for
30.
Marvin as well. It also can be a sign of confidence. He doesn't look nervy. He looked a little bit stiff in the shoulders at time yesterday. But missed
22.
doubles was a bit of an issue yesterday for Marvin.
154.
He had more darts at a double than any other player. And so far, it's 4 missed darts in this game. I like what he's doing right now. He's realising the Harry Ward's just behind on a finish. Surely that's a great marker and the execution of the second dart. So really liked his process before he threw the dart there, Henry.
And so Van Velzen takes the opening leg of the day.
Harry to throw first.
Harry, a slow start of which he's hoping to build a basis to improve upon. It was interesting that when you have a look at the odds before a dart was thrown, the bookmakers, because there's 4 at the top, still on 6 points, they just kind of went with their form before a dart was thrown on Monday. And as a consequence, Van Velzen was the 5-1 outsider with the 4 players that started the day level at the top.
Yeah, that 180 means that's his 8th. That's the highest.
20.
And that was an issue yesterday for Harry Ward, those bounce outs. A bit of an issue for a few players, actually, but Harry in particular. And what it means, all of a sudden you start throwing the dart just a little bit harder so you don't get them bounce outs. So just something to keep your eye on.
Well, the one thing that Marvin definitely had in his favour was the leg stiffness. He began the day on +6, which, by way of comparison, Conan Whitehead started on +1, Stefan Bellmont -1, and Harry Ward started on a dead even legs difference. And we've seen it so many times, Glenn, where a group which is decided by the finest of margins, if a player can build up a real good legs difference, then that ultimately can be the deciding factor.
Yeah, it's not something that you think of this early in the competition, but 84 points left. Marvin this is a match for me where someone who's really match sharp, he's regular playing locally, is Marvin Van Velzen, but he's also playing the development too, some good victories as well.
100.
One of his recent victories over the star of last week, Thomas Banks, compared to Harry Ward, who you heard in his interview, where he's just picking up his darts when needed in his local league. Once again, taking his time on the doubles. I'm wondering if that's a conscious effort today. It was his Achilles heel yesterday, as I mentioned. Once again, that is now 7 missed darts on the outer ring.
However, Ward isn't putting sufficient pressure on. Needs a treble here to have a go at the bullseye. He's unable to do so. And so Van Velzen will return for double 5 to double his advantage. To back
94. Marvin, you required 10.
himself into a corner where he very much will be in proceedings. This is for the break. And in it goes, and 2-0 Van Velzen leads, and the Dutchman has the game in the palm of his hands right now. Harry Ward, by stark contrast, hasn't got out the starter's gates as of yet.
Yeah, I think Marvin have been disappointed to lose that final game against Harry Ward yesterday. Average 6 points higher than Harry. He seems to be rectifying that problem right now. It's been a nice start. He's finding that treble bed with real ease.
108.
Second max of the match. And if you actually have a look at Marvin's numbers for the year, they kind of represent what we saw yesterday. Actually, his numbers yesterday are 87.31 average. That's 3 points up on his overall average for the last 12 months. However, his key strength is his scoring.
95.
His first 9 average over the last 12 months, 95.08. That's always going to give him opportunities. However, his doubling for the last 12 months is under a third, and yesterday was 28%. And so if he can work on that area, you've got a player who can have success in any building, any arena.
85.
Messi, the bullseye coming to it. Then final dart.
105.
So excellent board management there
Marvin,
from
you
Harry
require
Ward. His mind will be a bit of a
141.
mush so far because the day hasn't started how he hoped it would be.
Treble 19 with a left double 12.
89.
Now he still hasn't had a dart
Harry,
and a double
require
in this contest. And the first
170.
one he could get may well be at the bullseye on the back of the fish. Needs another one of them. And now the ball to have reeled it in. And let's be honest, it would have been a leg one
Marvin,
from
you
nowhere.
require 52.
Yeah, that might be just the spark he needed. It was a fantastic effort there from Harry Ward. His best moment of the day so far. But for a 3-0 lead and to go one
It's on
away,
the third leg.
Marvin van Velzen has really, really impressed me. Like I said, he had that real opportunity to go 2 points clear overnight,
Fourth leg,
knowing
it's Harry to
he
throw
had the
first.
opening game of the day
Come on.
today. Didn't go his way, but I think he's gone away. Just assessed a few things, and this is a mighty fine start. Averaging over 90 in the opening game. Solid.
100.
And it's a good level that is very attainable over the course of the day. And if Tuesday is anything like Monday, if he could play at this level throughout the duration of his 5 matches, he will pick up a lot of wins.
97.
Yeah, like I said, he was someone I thought he was excellent value at 14 to 1 to win the week. I know it raised a few
100.
eyebrows, but yeah, when I was doing my preparation on the 6 players in Group 8, he stood out. And what I liked about him when he first come to Modus, it was all about acclimatising. It was all about getting used to the processes, the procedures here. It is a little bit different. You've got to, what time to get to the venue, how to practice. He seems to have nailed that now.
140.
And he has that belief that he wants to win. But Harry Ward, good things are happening all of a sudden. He's averaging just shy of 90.
I think Harry's the type of player we don't judge on the first
134.
3 days. A
Harry
little bit like a
require
Neil Duff, where he'll
161.
play himself into form as the week goes along. And so, to a certain extent, Group A is almost like a paid practice for him.
82.
And then come Thursday and Fridays when he will get the damage, or do the damage.
I liked in his interview when he said, in a best of 7, I still think I can beat anybody. My argument is to that.
59.
In this day and
Harry
age, you
requires
can't just rely on
79.
your talent now. You have to be match sharp to beat these players. But it's double 11 to get on the board.
57. Marvin, you require 167.
Well, this would be some way to win it. Ward has missed the ball for the fish in this match. Can Van Velzen win over 167? Not on this occasion.
97. Harry, you require 22.
Centre of the board. You have the fear of it in the big number,
Okay,
but no
Sean,
such
a
problem for
full
Harry
flag.
Ward.
Harry
That was
Ward.
smack bang in the middle. And Harry Ward is up and running on this second day.
Well, he forces Van Velzen
Fifth
here
flag,
to serve
it's
it
Marvin
out.
to throw first.
And they say in
Game
tennis, don't they? If anything, make sure your opponent wins it on serve. Don't be broken and then
97.
feel like they've taken the game for you. Make them win it.
Yeah, he's the one who's bouncing around in the players' area. I was chatting to Conan. Maybe shouldn't be asking him too many secrets there, but he
89.
said Marvin's the one who's, he's just excited to be there. I did mention yesterday that we've had a couple of local players and, they've been here and they've just loved the experience. And you just get the sense that with Marvin, he's delighted to be
100.
here. Massive opportunity for these players. The biggest prize now in amateur darts, and you can just begin to smell Champions Week.
60.
And one of these players, I think, will become a major player.
Marvin's one of those characters as well, on and off the hockey. A big beaming smile on the face, embraces everything.
100.
And really embracing the challenge here. That's his third max of the match. And he's left himself on a finish after 9 to wrap this up 4-1, and he is going to have time and space to
100.
do exactly
Marvin,
that.
you require 124.
Yeah, it's almost been the perfect start for Marvin van Velzen.
100.
Really sensible play, real quality accuracy, and nothing Harry Ward can do about it.
Even double 12 after 12 to win 4-1. Not just would it put him on to
92.
8 points in the
Marvin, you
group, but
require
this would be a
24.
big boost in terms of his legs difference. Double 12 to get the job done. Double 6. Now down to the trapdoor,
Good
but
shot.
double 3
On the
is
match,
found, and
Marvin
Marvin van
van
Velzen gets the better of Harry Ward by 4 legs to 1. It moves him on to 8 points in the group, and you can see how important that win was right off the bat for him, because he knows now that not just is he on 8 points, but his legs difference is going to give him a massive head start for the rest of the day. Good numbers, averaging in excess of 90. The doubling may have a little bit of improvement, but overall, Marvin van Velzen will be happy with the victory that he's got in his first game of the day. Coming up after the break, bit of a heavyweight battle really for the Super Series, as Conan Whitehead takes on Bradley Brooks.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this moving Tuesday. And it was a mighty fine start for Marvin van Velzen in the first game against Harry Ward. He went into today's proceeding just top of the table. And that was an excellent start. He's had a few issues with his doubles as Marvin, but he seemed to rectify that during that game. And he was a deserved winner. As we move on to a real heavyweight clash. Two players who have reached the heights of the game and want to get there very much again in Conan Whitehead, who started the day fantastically well yesterday in his opening 3 games. Won them at real ease, to be fair, but just finished with 2 losses, so the disappointment was there against a funny old day for Bradley Brooks. He topped the averages. He was the best at hitting doubles. Yeah, he finished in 5th out of the 6 places. He was playing well, just not getting the rewards. I'm really fascinated to see what type of day that we're going to see from Bradley Brooks today, because if he had the right people around him overnight, I think they might have confirmed just what I
First
thought,
leg,
that
it's
he
Conan to throw
actually played very
first.
nicely.
Game on.
Will Conan play and start like he did yesterday, Henry Deacon?
Well, we're about to find out, but Dart 1 evidently showing that Conan's in the flow and in the mood. And we talk about champions, Glenn. Conan, of course, the first to have won the Super Series title, and it's 2 years to the day since Luke Littler won his second title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, when he beat Colin Osborne in the final in what was quite possibly, in terms of name, status and grandeur,
100.
the best Champions Night we have ever seen here at the Modus Super Series. Because yes, we had Littler and yes, we had Osborne. They made the final. But in terms of the actual Champions Week in that particular
140.
series, Series 4, where we had some amazing names in action. This was the Champions Night, Glenn. Littler, Osborne, Barry Van Peer and Steve
76.
West were the semi-finalists. We have Reece Robertson and Jerome Meok in the final 6. The names that missed out: Danny Lauby, Neil Duff, Patrick Van den Bogaard, Andy Bolton, Rennie Idams, Jetta Klassen. In fact, 2 of them names
59.
are currently on tour in Lauby and Klassen.
Yeah, that's an outstanding list. Yeah, Conan Whitehead very proud to win the very first Modus Super Series.
100.
He sort of
Bradley
had an
required
injury last time I seen with him,
167.
but he confirmed to me this morning that he took some time off after that as Bradley Brooks looks at this 167. What a start this would be.
142. Conan, you require 91.
Is he going to be aggressive? Yes, he is. Not guaranteeing himself a dart or a double. And he went for the double-double in the end. Chance for Brooks.
31.
That is very much
Bradley
Conan's
required
wheelhouse. If there's a
25.
double-double on, he will take it at any opportunity. 1 for double 12 for Bradley Brooks. Double 6. And you get the sense the reason he
19.
goes that way is
Conan, you
because the way
require
his darts
60.
stand up, the lies of double 12 and double 6 are better than that of particularly double 8. But Whitehead has to move across because his darts stand up to attention. Double 10 is what he's looking at,
Shot
and
of
double
first
10 is
leg,
what he
Conan
gets.
Whitehead.
And Whitehead has a leg to the good.
Yeah, I didn't think we could get a day to replicate the same for Bradley Brooks yesterday.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
But when Conan Whitehead hit that double 10 with the final dart again, it is like a kick in the soul. But when you get them opportunities, and some things we did notice with
100.
Bradley yesterday with his equipment as well, he's hitting the treble 20 fine, but they're just slipping down, dangling down, meaning he's then having to go for
60.
a different treble. That's already happened in this game already, so technically I think a few things for Bradley, but I would definitely give him an 8 out of 10 the way he played yesterday.
40.
I just don't think he felt that.
Well, if you didn't know the table and you just looked at the stats yesterday, you would be forgiven for thinking Bradley Brooks was top of the table. The best
85.
overall average of every player yesterday, 90.90, and is doubling 34%. Only Harry Ward had a better doubles ratio than Bradley did on day 1. And everything about this year for Bradley has been about
180.
rebuilding, coming off the tour, signing with a new manufacturer, and just finding that second path in his
92.
career. And slowly but surely as the year's gone along, results have began to match up for him. He's going to be at the ADC Tour Finals. He could well be at the ADC Global Championship at the end of the year. And so after what was
81.
a start where he was looking to really find himself, well, he really has begun to find his feet at this level as he looks to make an instant return to the tour.
140.
Yeah, sometimes you have to
Bradley
take that
require
step
100.
backwards to move forwards. It's happened for many players before. Perfect for the ton finish. His doubles
80.
were good yesterday,
Conan, you require
but that's 5
124.
missed darts. Bullseye for Conan. Oh,
Shot on his
wowza.
second
What
leg,
a
Conan
dart that is. And
Whitehead.
once again, just put yourself in the mindset of Bradley Brooks. He'd done everything right, didn't hit his doubles,
Third
and
leg,
he's
it's Conan
being
to throw
punished for his
first.
mistakes.
Game on.
That replicates what happened yesterday.
You can't do this against a player like Conan because he can
140.
reel off legs one after another.
Do you know, that's the finish of the competition for me so far. I just think Bradley Brooks, again,
100.
He was looking good. A couple of missed darts at a double at 1-2-4 on the bullseye, but it's what it does to Bradley as well. Here we go again, he'll be feeling.
121.
And Whitehead is a player that can build momentum very quickly.
I mean, with these 3 darts, Bradley Brooks is averaging over 100. He had a losing average of 102 yesterday. And Conan Whitehead just seems to be getting better.
140.
Fantastic averages.
Good contest. And actually, the pace of the pair really do complement each other. They say in boxing, styles make fights. Well,
129.
both players'
Conan, you
pace
require
really
100.
helping towards the standard of the game we're seeing. This is for back-to-back ton plus outs. And that first dart's a lovely guide for the
80.
second to follow, but it drags
Bradley, you require
below.
136.
Yeah, something needs to happen for Bradley Brooks. Yeah, you can see that wry smile. But once again, when the darts are going in,
58. Conan, you require 20.
I'm not convinced with that setup for Bradley Brooks right now. It's a convincing dart, good marker
15.
for the first time.
Bradley,
And
you
not
require
often we've said this
78.
week, an opportunity for Bradley Brooks to steal.
Well, now it's Conan's turn to miss multiple darts at a double. And Brooks
Big shot
sweeps
on the
in a
third leg.
14
Bradley
darter
Brooks.
to break back, and this game returns to throw at 2-1. And probably a fair reflection of the
flag. It's
match,
Bradley to throw
even if
first.
the way it's
Game on.
come about isn't how you'd expect it to be.
Yeah, plenty of people now in the live chat. We had some fantastic
57.
questions yesterday. The majority were abuse to me, but never mind, Wiltshire Darts. It's great to see that you're back in there. But joking aside, any questions technically?
42.
Any questions regarding the world of darts, Modus Super Series? Get them in there.
Must be the summer holidays if everybody's on the chat room.
Someone called HD Media.
134.
Who on earth is he? Must have been in his Spider-Man pyjamas yesterday.
A relative of Paula Hicks.
128.
Good friends with Patrick Poppington, I hear. Well, this game very much up in the offing. Brooks has brought it back to 2-1. Would have loved
85.
another trouble there. Would have left him first to finish, but he has the advantage in this fourth leg.
100.
Solid from Whitehead. Like I say, they're not conducive for another treble there. Moves around the board, which is sensible play to leave a 2-darter.
64. Bradley, you require 86.
Excellent board management there from Conan Whitehead. Not something you'd always associate with him. Bradley Brooks, you
on
associate
the full
combination
flag,
finishing
Bradley
like that. Cool as a cucumber. And then first 2 legs, his head could have easily gone down because he could have been
Fifth
2-0
flag,
up.
it's Conan to throw
But he's
first.
bounced back very
on.
nicely. Bradley Brooks continues to impress.
Back-to-back
58.
14 dart legs for Bradley Brooks to level this game up at 2 apiece, averaging 102. But let's talk about the way both players' darts go into the board, because they go in, even though they stand
140.
upright, they go in differently. Conan's darts, they go in with real authority. There's a real thud as they go into the board. You know they
83.
go in.
I'm not so sure. I think he uses that really long, thin dart. And, you know, for a big lad like Conan, I don't think they go in because of the length. They both throw a very, very long dart. But the problem I have,
131.
Henry, with Bradley's dart is they're going in and then flopping, meaning he's having to chase around the dartboard, where Conan Whitehead actually has...
95.
He throws with real caress for such a big guy. You think you'd have that incredible thud, but I don't think you get the thud because of the design of the darts.
He has been looking at different size of points. Last time he played here, he played with a point which is pretty much on the
96.
bounds of what you're actually allowed. So he has been having a look at that. And he says that the longer the point, the more conducive it is for him to hit
30.
more maximums.
Bradley
And
require
he is one of the biggest maximum hitters we
134.
have here.
Yeah, good thinking there from Bradley. Doesn't need to be too aggressive here. But that's the perfect start. He'll stay there. But again, just the way the darts are sat, he's having to move right across the hockey. But no problems, no dramas. Good setup plays, good.
82.
Absolutely perfect to leave a 2-darter. This has been a really splendid fight back here from Brooks.
Well, if he gets this done with 2 darts, it'll be a hat-trick of
39.
14 darters.
Bradley
And
required
from 2-0
52.
down, he'd be 3-2 up and then have the darts to win the match. Tops. Nice guide. But he cannot use it. He
32.
drags low, but will come back.
Again, that wry frustration on there, but just to look at the score of Conan Whitehead, he knows he comes back, so keep your mindset positive,
60.
Bradley.
Bradley required 20.
Don't let the subconscious, don't let any negativity come in. Stare at that
Game
double
shot
10.
on 5th leg, Bradley
Execute.
Brooks.
Brooks leads 3 legs to 2. Fantastic to see our moderator in the live chat,
6th
Niall
leg, it's
Cullerton.
Bradley to
Good
throw
morning, Niall.
first. Game on.
Nice question there from Harry Sawyer. We'll probably come back to that in a second, Harry, as this game comes to its conclusion. And Wiltshire Darts already abusing me. What is going on with the world?
55.
Well, Brooks for the last 3 legs is averaging about 102, 103. 44 darts for the 3 leg to put himself in front. But we always know with Conan that it's not over until that last dart goes in.
Yeah, absolutely spot on, Henry. My thoughts as well, because that's what
41.
a big scorer like a Conan Whitehead's always got. You're never really on top of them because they can just smash in the 180s, and already, dare I say, does he become favourite for the match?
100.
He might be 3-2 down, but he's taken total control in this leg and would have the darts in the last. And all of a sudden, that throw, Bradley, just seems to be certain him. He's got this horrible 1 dart in 10 and 20 that he's trying. I believe he's trying just a little bit too hard of style over substance. He might disagree.
97.
What's not up for discussion is Whitehead has this leg exactly where he wants it. He's already taken out a 1-2-4 in this match. Not that it looks like there may be a necessity to take it out, although if Brooks could have found a 3rd treble there, it would have been a different story.
You require
And so this to level us up.
124.
But he's not going to take it out on this occasion. Not that he needed to.
44.
Yeah, it's about the most emotion you'll see from Conan because he had this leg. Now you'd have to say their 80 finish is a bit of a 50-50 finish. Bradley Brooks
100.
finds that last treble leg.
Only
Game on.
require 80.
Keeps him honest. Double 10 to take us all the way.
Game shot on
And that's a
6th
14
leg,
dart to
Conan
a
Whitehead.
Conan's. It's been a good quality contest, this. And it gets its fitting crescendo, of which
7th
Conan
and
will have
final
the
leg,
darts.
It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that's a player with a lot in his mind. But again, Bradley, if you're watching back,
45.
I'm seeing more positives than negatives in your game and a chance here. I must admit, I thought Conan was going to kick in hard there. Bradley has been the better player in this game. The averages suggest that. The stats suggest that.
80.
Ouch.
Well, those 3 darts almost conducive as to what you were saying, because that first dart was perfectly pitched in the treble, but was unable to follow it.
57.
Just 20 points in it. Nice little one for. But again, he's hitting the perfect dart, and he's having to move because the dart is not sat right. He took
139.
a gamble with the last one, and it's paid off. Good stuff from Bradley Brooks.
Averaging just over
41.
98. He's had 11 ton-plus scores in this contest, and it's really been that kind of power scoring. And a lot of them actually have been 2 trebles because he's gone down to the 19s. But it's been that kind of power scoring which has put him in a
96.
position now where he is favourite to win this match.
And like I said, he was second from last favourite to top this group, and arguably good value.
68.
Because Bradley Brooks is a former World Youth Champion. He's been at the very top. He's been as good as anybody on his day at times. This is superb. Absolutely brilliant.
145.
When Conan Whitehead checked out on that 80 in the previous leg, I did fear. But he's bounced back as Bradley.
140. Bradley
So
requires
this is to
41.
win a real seesaw contest. 2 in his hand at tops. Now double 10. Whitehead lurking on 150. But he's not going to get a go because Bradley Brooks has got the better of Conan Whitehead in a last leg. The legs he won today were very, very good. 2 14s, a 15 and a 16 sees him over the line for free. 97.88 the average, 4 from 12 on the doubles. Whitehead made a good fight of it but was beaten in the end. Coming up after the break, Stefan Bellmont up against Joe Croft.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just witnessed a fantastic fight back from Bradley Brooks. Things weren't going so well early in that game as he went 2-0 down to Conan Whitehead. When we know what Conan Whitehead's like when he gets on a bit of a roll, but fair play to Bradley Brooks. And he's gone from 5th place to 2nd place with that one win. And I just have the sense, Henry, that when he goes back to the players area, he'll see that table. It'll give him a real lift. A lift that this man in your picture probably needs as well. Stefan Bellmont comes with a fantastic CV. Fresh from the Players' Championships on the professional circuit. Wins over Cameron Menzies, Brendan Dolan. He can play against Joe Croft in your picture. A guy I've been following sort of the past 6 to 12 months. He's sort of flattered to deceive, yes, and it all went wrong at this stage yesterday in his opening game when he was in total control of his first match. And he just sort of, his head went down as he lost to Conan Whitehead in that game. And he never, ever really recovered. But I think the league table did him a favour. He was only 4 points behind going into today. However, he's seen wins for Marvin van Velzen. But he's just got to focus on his job. And it's a big opening game because, Henry, which Stefan Bellmont are we going to get today?
Well, the question is, I don't think we know.
100.
And we've kind of seen this from Stefan this year. We know how good a player he is. He's one of the best about talker, but you look at some of the numbers he puts in. When it's good, but there is just the odd game where things don't quite go to plan. His last match was in the last Players' Championship, averaged 75 and a 6-4 defeat
100.
to Owen Bates, but then he had a run of fixtures where his lowest average in those Players' Championships was around about the 84 mark.
96.
And he does save his best stuff for the Pro Tour stage. There's a number of players about Tour Card. You actually look at their numbers. They go up when they play better opposition. Cam Crabtree, a great example
60.
of which. But maybe it's more pertinent to have a look at the Challenge Tour numbers that he's put in, where it's a lot like the numbers he put in yesterday.
81.
85 average, give or take, for the day. 29% on the doubles. And they're the kind of numbers that he's been ascertaining on the Challenge Tour over his last few events. However, it has been enough to get him wins.
180.
Good timing for Bellmont. Like I said, he just walk. He looks laboured. He at times doesn't look interested. And you're absolutely spot on. He needs to find that motivation he feels in the Players' Championship. Because I've said, as he looks at double tops for the opener, there's a big prize. And with darts like that, a nice 14 dart to Stefan Bellmont. But like I say, he just walks back and you wouldn't be able to tell if he's just checked out in 14 darts or he's lost the leg by 300. That'd be my only criticism. But clearly keeping his breathing, you know, how he wants to get the best out of it.
He is a cool, calm, composed character on the hockey, is Stefan Bellmont. And I just wonder whether he's one of those players, Glenn, that in a game kind of goes with the flow, where
41.
if a player is playing to a certain level, he'll play at that certain level, but he'll do enough to get a job done.
Yeah, well, he has to learn to run his own race then, is what I would say to that.
56.
And let me say, I'm not a fan of his shirt, but his sleeve has a big plus.
I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here. When they said I was working with top talent, I didn't expect that.
Underlay.
How are your carpets?
Yeah, some really good questions coming through on the live chat. We will get through them all today. Really nice one from Harry Sawyer, who wants to his game's round about the 65 average. What I would say, Harry, is don't focus so much on your average. Get out playing your local ADCs, win some games. Don't use the averages as your benchmark, because they can be just scoring averages. Just learn to win the game, enjoy the game. The averages will look after themselves. So good luck in your career, Harry.
You require 160.
Croft looking at 160 to level up at one apiece. He has got 6 darts from here to equalise this match. All looking very comfortable on throws so far.
I like the bullseye with the last dart, but again,
100.
that treble 20 was
So you
covered there.
require 100.
I just think the 117 seems so much easier than the 122. But will he be back? Not with
Yeah,
darts
shot on
like that.
second
That's the
leg.
Joe Croft
Joe
I
Croft.
expected this week. I just sense he has to win 4 of his 5 games to date.
Third leg, it's Stefan to throw
He has
first.
the talent. He has
Game
the
on.
quality.
And the other thing with the 117 compared to the 122 is you may not need to sniff around the bullseye either for that finish. By having a dart at a
93.
out-and-out double, it gives you a better target opportunity, better opportunity to win a leg. It's all about those small percentage plays.
99.
Yeah, absolutely, Harry. Get yourself to your local ADC, the Volta. A real pathway now for the success of players. And you never know, one day you could be in that stage where Stefan is thrown right now.
100.
And the ADC have a fantastic system where for players who do have over a long course, have an average running under 65, they have a competition which is suited to them for them to
140.
improve. And then over time, it's hope that that development of them as a player will mean that they can be more competitive in the main competitions.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that because Stefan Bellmont's playing in the next generation of the PDC
58.
in Germany as well. So he's got that luxury of playing Modus Super Series. He can play on the WDF system. He's playing in the next gen. He's getting chances on Challenge Tour and
92.
Players Championship. So, like I said, for amateur players at the level where Stefan Bellmont is, I just think he needs to prioritise what he really wants. And the Modus Super Series should be right high. 25 grand to the winner in 3 weeks' time.
60. Joe, you require 170.
Well, Joe Croft has swung this game back in his favour. He's got 6 darts here from the fish to move 2 and up with
84.
the break. Leave himself an 86 after 12. And Croft is just inclining his level as the Swiss player is just going downhill a little bit.
Yes, it's a Swiss roll at the moment.
45. Joe, you require 86.
Too much cheese. May just be a dart to the bullseye. Didn't even entertain the prospect of a treble.
39.
And the dart of the ball
Stefan,
didn't
you
quite
require
have the line or length.
145.
Has Bellmont got a biggie in the locker? Treble 15. Just grazes the other side of the wire. And so Croft will come back and should have 2 darts for the
90.
break.
Joe, you require
doubles was
47.
really poor yesterday for Joe Croft, but he started nicely in this one. Can that trend continue with double 8?
39. Stefan, you require 55.
When you get the chances, Henry, you have to take them. Bellmont, who's looked laboured at times, but it's tops for a 2-1 lead.
2 10s for
Shot on
2-1.
the
And
third
Bellmont
leg,
gets his
Stefan
nose back
Bellmont.
in front.
Yeah, if that was Marvin
Fourth
Van
leg, it's
Velzen, he'd
Joe's
certainly
to throw
know Joe
first.
Croft that double 10
Game
had gone in. Stefan just gets on and does his own thing, but he's leading. Yeah, a few questions in the competition. I think I would, in the live chat, sorry. Why am I practicing so well and all of a sudden dropping low? And I throw a dart and I almost spasm sometimes.
108.
Just as Stefan Bellmont hits another 180. All I would say to the players in the live chat is nerves are normal. Nerves are good. The people who can't handle nerves are people who
135.
try to disregard the nerves, who say to themselves, I'm not going to be nervous today. Learn to manage those nerves, Joseph and Wiltshire Darts. Learn to manage your nerves. Find a mechanism which is best for you.
100.
Remember, your opponent will be nervous also.
$125.
Big last dart that for Joe. Just gives himself a bit of breathing room in this leg, although Bellmont has taken the darts.
And Harry, sorry if I
57.
knew you were a Geordie, I would have answered your question. Get off the live chat.
45. Stefan, you require 164.
He'd expect 6 darts from here. But he will go for it. Treble 18. There's the determination in the eyes. Just slips into the treble 4. So 92 left. So the opportunity going back to the treble 20 after that perfect first dart.
132. Joe, you require 151.
This is a safe throw. Treble 17. Would have given him a dart at tops. Not happy with that second dart. And there was times yesterday where The frustration just boiled over a little bit for Joe, and Bellmont's going to come back here. 3 darts in his hand at 32 for the break and to lead 3-1.
79. Stefan,
Yeah,
you require
good analysis,
52.
Henry. I agree. I think his mindset is an area he can improve on. Bellmont looks really solid, but that's awkward. Doesn't need to move, which was important. Again, doesn't it? You can only see the top part of that double 16, but tries to crash into those other
You
two.
require 72.
Opportunity knocks for Croft.
Great first dart. Double 18, and now double 9. Doesn't go.
54.
And you can see
Stefan, you require
how
16.
frustrated he was by those misses. And he'll be even more frustrated if Bellmont takes out the double 8.
No score.
Do you remember that kind of
You
dart, Glenn?
require 18.
The tumbleweed goes across as Joe Croft looks at the double 9. He berates himself
on the
before,
fourth
but you
leg,
always
Joe
get
Croft.
opportunities in darts. We've now got a level game. Stefan Bellmont, I
Fifth
didn't
leg, it's
expect
Stefan's
with
to
his
throw first.
experience.
Game on.
Like you see, it's warm on that stage. Like I said, it's not an issue for the players. But you can just sort of see maybe him beating himself up, was just getting his blood pressure just a little
81.
bit too high. Just needs to calm that down, Joe. He's got the opportunity. It's now effectively a best of 3. And that, for me, that's because of him at the moment.
Joe Croft's the
45.
type of player, you could tell he's brewing up to something good. His results on the ADC circuit are most certainly showing that. Qualified for the UK Open earlier on this year. When you're in a position that Joe's in
57.
and you're getting success and you feel like there's still another level to go, is it easy to try and chase it and want it too much?
55.
Yeah, absolutely. I can sort of do it better and answer it. But yeah, there's like that. Don't try and get to that stage. It will happen, but sometimes you've got to do it stage by stage. And a term I've often
42.
used is you never lose, you learn. And right now I just think Croft is just beating himself up too much. And what he must learn is when he's beating himself up, he's not at his best.
100.
Just needs to just relax and play this game. He's incredibly talented. He can win this game. He can go on a good run today. But don't let the disappointment beat you.
There was a point that myself and Nico were making last
85.
week when we were talking about Moreno Blom. And that aggression and determination is a good thing if you can channel that energy in the
59.
right way.
You have to manage it. You have to train the mind. And don't show your opponent too much.
In terms of
100.
demeanours, you couldn't have 2 more differentiating characters on the stage. Stefan Bellmont, you wouldn't know whether he's won £1 million on the lottery or whether £5 gone down the drain.
140.
Whereas Joe Croft will tell you
Definitely require
everything. There's a lie with every
136.
dart. Croft needs just 1 treble here from the 102 to guarantee himself a
115.
dart at a double, and that double
So you
19
require
leaves himself on 21.
102.
Yep, big finish in this game. Needs a treble 14 or bullseye. I like the treble 14 purely because under them circumstances it's a bigger target. Not that I have the
52.
confidence that this is going to go for
Stefan, you
Bellmont.
require
He's
21.
had his own problems. He's only just missed a big 19 there. So first of all on the 21 at the big number. That just creeps in, but a double 10 is the dart he likes. It might look good on the camera there, but he's having to move over. He might use that dart to kiss off it.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Stefan
Finds a way
Bellmont.
above and now finds a way in front. Bellmont 3-2 to the good, but there's a lot of darts that are
6th
dropping
leg. It's
low
Joe to throw first.
for the Swiss.
Game on. $99.
And what does that come down to? If a lot of darts are dragging low, what's the main prognosis towards that?
I think the usual prognosis is that people are feeling a little bit tight, not as relaxed.
140.
I'm not so sure. I have my own theory. Again, when I was stood where Joe Croft is now, I would try to jump the hurdle of the treble 20. If I was going to miss,
100.
just miss above. The perfect timer for Joe Croft. Like I said, for the fear of repeating myself, he is super talented. He just needs to channel that energy.
Comes from a
85.
famous darting family. His Grandad Ollie, the founder of the British Darts Organisation.
Yeah, and that can bring its own pressure.
94.
You know, he'll have a lot of interest as he gets better and moves on. He's doing incredibly well on the ADC circuit this year as well. So I think big things are around the corner for Joe Croft.
Big things round the corner in this contest.
100.
He's got
So you
6 on
require
128 to take us all the way to a last leg. This time last week on Tuesday, 10 of the 15 matches went 4-3.
44.
And it looks likely here that we're going to have a second game in succession that goes all the way to a last leg decider.
Well, Bellmont has to set up play here, and he's going to do that. Because that 84 was looking very inviting. And after that return from Bellmont,
136.
this has
So you
to go.
require 84.
And it may just be a solitary dart at the bullseye. Gets one at double 11. Steps back. Composes. But cannot
62.
fire, cannot execute. And Bellmont's
Stefan,
back
you
for the
require
match.
40.
Yeah, the width of a wire. He comes with a big reputation to Stefan Bellmont. He hasn't been at his sparkling
Shot
best,
And the match.
but his
Stefan
best is
Bellmont.
good enough to beat, once again, Joe Croft, who, once again, looks really disappointed in his performances. You just sense for Joe Croft today that he had to win at least 4 of his 5 games. But that's an opening match loss. It's a shake of the head for Stefan Bellmont, but he's done enough. Solid 84.34. Nothing really to separate them between that. Bellmont, though, with that tops to see him through. As we move on to game 4 very quickly, it's Bradley Brooks against Marvin van Velzen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first round of fixtures has been completed. And before the break, we saw Stefan Bellmont get the better of Joe Croft by 4 legs to 2. And so as far as the table is concerned, Marvin van Velzen, that man in your picture there, is on 8 points. Stefan Bellmont joins him on that figure, whilst we have 3 players now on 6 points. One of them being Bradley Brooks, who has put in the performance of the day so far. He got the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 3, averaging just under 98 in that encounter. Had a couple of 14 darters in there too. Up against Van Velzen, who himself
First
averaged in
leg,
excess
it's
of
Bradley to
90,
throw
but it was
first.
missed darts at doubles
Game
at
on.
times which plagued him, but he had a real scoring power about him in that match against Harry Ward. It's the first game of the second round of fixtures, and Glenn Don't's alongside me to talk all about it.
Yeah, I think a really big game for the man in your picture, Bradley Brooks. He averaged over 93 in the game with Marvin van Velzen, but lost the game 4-1, but it was a good fight back in his first game. And we mentioned people go off that stage, they just go behind that curtain to the side, and then there's a table which you can look at, and when you're sat bottom of the table, second from bottom, like Bradley was yesterday,
60.
it can be disheartening when you go into the room. He, after this game, can go join top, and I think, for motivation for Bradley Brooks, a player who said he doesn't know if he's going to average 100 or 60
96.
before he arrived here this week. I think we've seen enough for Bradley Brooks. He becomes a player this week. I see this as a really good game, but he's a tough opponent, is Marvin van Velzen. I'm looking forward to this one.
But also, what somebody's going to have to do at some point is
93.
eat away at the advantage that Marvin van Velzen has in terms of leg difference. The maximum amount of legs that you can make up in one round of fixtures on legs difference is 8.
92.
And Marvin has that 8-leg gap from Stefan Bellmont in second place at this present moment in time. And so somebody doesn't just have to beat Marvin at some point today. They're going to have to get a big win against him just to
94.
stem that particular tide. And Bradley here has got off to the quickest start of the pair. First to a finish after 12. 114 is what he's looking at to take out the opening leg.
85. Bradley require 114.
So treble 18's the shot. Treble 18 hit, double tops. He's looking good.
94.
And I think that's
Marvin,
just a
you
little bit
require
he fancied that.
128.
Van Velzen out of sort of nowhere. Tricky one, treble 18. Needs a treble 20. Gets it, bullseye. This would hurt. So many
103.
players are sort of doing
Bradley
that to Bradley.
require 20.
Is the tide turning right now? First of all, he has to
He's
see
on
out
the
the job,
first
and that
leg,
he does.
Bradley
Doesn't he look
Brooks.
composed at the moment, Bradley Brooks?
Looks like he's got that real grit between his teeth, doesn't he,
Second
Bradley
leg, it's
Brooks?
Marvin to throw first. Game on.
That double 10 when Tops is just eluding him, is becoming a bit of a friend. He's
140.
hitting that with real conviction.
Yeah, once again, some great stuff in the live chat. Glenn, if you had the confidence you had at your peak, would it
60.
elevate your game, or is it in your mind and throat? Great question, Joseph. I think I'm a player who just sort of lost confidence because my throw broke down. Thanks for watching. Wiltshire Darts. Glenn, I like
135.
treble 18 and 82 with 2 darts. Yep, Wiltshire Darts. So many players are leaving that double 14 as a way of finishing legs. Good shout. Thanks for watching. And Carl, Glenn, do you think we'll see
140.
Carl and your Jamie back in the future? Well, they're trying everything they can back in the Northeast, and they said they love the opportunity here at the Modus Super Series, the place to be.
140.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll come back to that double 14 conversation in the next leg because Van Velzen is responding well to the opening leg flurry from Bradley.
60.
86
Marvin, you
after 9, and he
require
has got
86.
time on his side. Doesn't have to chase around the bullseye. But that's a beautiful dart for double 16. That's an 11 darter to level up. Van Velzen 1, Brooks 1, and this is a real quality contest.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, so impressive, Marvin van Velzen. Once again, I know it's early in the match, but just an indicator how this game has started. It was a good game between the pair of them yesterday. 11 dart, it just sort of shows you what you can do to your averages.
100.
Tidy game.
But Bradley must be thinking, why against me again? But he also has to think here, Bradley, if he can stay at that level, 96 quite comfortably, did so in his last game, and then he's got to hope that there's a drop-off from Van Velzen. When they plateau towards the middle, he just has enough.
83.
Yeah, they just seem to be bringing the best out of each other now. I think any concerns that Bradley had yesterday, I think they're slowly going. I think he's beginning to believe in himself and becoming a real potential winner of this group
59.
potential winner of the week. Like I said, he's got the pedigree. It's a great place to sort of get your confidence back, but never write off this young man in your picture. Doing good things on the development tour.
45.
Really impressed Henry with some of the wins he's had recently, including, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, against Thomas Banks, who, let me take this moment to congratulate him for last week. I thoroughly enjoyed Saturday night. I thought one of the best productions we've had for a long time.
Well, I was stood on stage with
60.
Paul Nicholson midway through the night, and I've presented Champions Night on that stage. And genuinely, I think the crowd in there on Saturday was louder than some of those Champions Nights we've covered.
100. Bradley require 148.
Brooks has got 6 from here. May only need the 3. And it would have been that double 14 that he would have left if he found the treble with dart 2. But nonetheless has left himself on double 4 to move himself 2-1 in front and to re-establish his advantage in this contest.
Yeah, his backswing of his throw right now is
57.
absolutely perfect.
Bradley
He's in
require
control
8.
of his throw right now, is Bradley Brooks. Can he see out with a double? Yes,
Takes on
certainly
the
can. His
third
throw
leg,
looks great.
Bradley Brooks.
Like I said, that's been a concern for him right now, and I can tell when he's at his best, when he's just keeping hold of
Fourth
that
leg,
dart.
it's Marvin to
When
throw
it's not
first.
been released, you'll see
Game
him
on.
yesterday sort of chasing the dart. I can only think of him once today having that dart. Well, Marvin van Velzen, he's a
139.
fighter, he's a scrapper, he wants it. Good game.
He's just playing at an attainably good level, is Bradley. In terms of the
100.
legs that he's won in this contest, both of them have been in 16. A matter of fact, he hasn't won a leg in more than 16 darts all
60.
day because his 4 legs won in his game against Conan Whitehead were in 14, 14, 15 and 16.
60.
He's playing at a range which, if you're an opponent of him, means that you're going to have to play very well to get any change out of him. Let's go back to that discussion about double 14, because I've been speaking to a couple of players over recent weeks, Connor Scott and Moreno Blom in particular, about it. And the reason why they love that double so much is because it's straight down the pipe, straight down the middle, particularly for a right-hander.
100.
It's such an easy double to go for.
Yeah, I think Mensa Sulovic sort of started the love affair with double 14, but like I say, it is becoming an area of players leaving that.
28.
I remember Scott Taylor going for some funny ways of certain finishers to land on that double 14. And you're right, you know, you look at it, it's in right on the eye line, and you can understand why people like it. And I'm beginning to think Bradley Brooks is liking the treble 20 bed right now.
140.
Well, Brooks was doing his damage in the previous game in the ton plus scores department, and this one is in the ton 40 plus scores department, where he's had 4 of them and at key crucial times. The latest one to set himself on 101
85.
for the breaker throw and a 3-1 lead. And if he pins
101.
this, he'll then have the darts to make it 2 wins from 2 to kickstart his day. But that's a bit of a disaster, dart 1. Couldn't recover with dart 2. If he found the treble, he would have had a go at double
77.
19, but it will leave
Marvin,
himself
you
on
require
double 12 if
108.
he comes back.
Yes, facial expressions suggest, but plan B worked. Get him down to a double, make your opponent check out on 100 plus. He doesn't. So Bradley
68.
Brooks, despite the fact he had
Bradley
the scowl
require
when he
24.
hit the 3 and the 20, is back for a 3-1 lead. I was about to say this is for match point. But what I would say is they're few and far between those types of darts, but not that you want to hear that right now.
16.
Van Velzen
Marvin, you require
probably
40.
deserves to be a 2-2. And he's going to have the opportunity.
3 at tops. And converts for the last. The level we are. 2-2.
Yeah, I'm sure I'd like to see the percentage of how many players have hit the dart
Fifth
or a
leg,
double
it's
to win a
Bradley
leg
to throw
against Bradley in
first.
a day and a half
Game on.
with their last dart. Like that, little bit of aggression there, but that's the stinky dart.
Well, they're the ones that hurt, because particularly when a player has 3
118.
darts in hand, because there's a bit of you in the background that's getting ready to throw again.
Yeah, perfect dart for Marvin.
137.
Nothing to separate these two quality players. They've been averaging over 90 throughout the game, peppering 100 at times. Effectively a best of 3
96.
right now. Who will blink first?
One thing that is fair to say right now
140.
is both players have raised their level on day 2 compared to day 1. Not that it was overly bad, particularly in the case of Bradley Brooks on Monday, but they've just found that extra gear
57.
Yeah, the only thing missing from this game is 180s. But the scoring power's been really good.
82.
Lots of tons, lots of 140s. Finishing's very acceptable. It's just in the balance. Is Marvin beginning to turn that screw right now?
60. Marvin, you require
As we learned from Conan Scott a couple of
142.
weeks ago, 180s aren't everything. He averaged 120 a few weeks ago and didn't have a maximum in there. Brooks looking for the maximum finish to move 3-2 up. It's the first time in this
96.
game where a
Bradley
player's
require
throw has been
170.
as severely tested as this.
That was a stunning last start from Marvin. Oh, that's absolutely
130.
superb.
Marvin, you require
But
46.
if you get an opportunity to win a leg of darts with 2 darts in your hand, you'd accept that before the dart was thrown, and that's the scenario. He's been at tops and tens before today. Massive dart.
26.
Just not up to the
Bradley
challenge. That
require
set-up play for
40.
Brooks means he's back.
Game
Well,
shot
Van
on the
Velzen's
fifth
dart
leg.
at double
Bradley
10,
Brooks.
kissed the wire. Bradley Brooks' dart at tops, goes straight in, and he moves 3-2 in front. He's not overly enamoured
Sixth
about
leg,
his
it's
performance
Marvin
so
to throw
far.
first.
However, he's a leg
Game on.
away from making it 2 wins from 2.
Yeah, I'm trying to read that body language because I don't get it. Because he wasn't getting that, inverted
97.
commas, look yesterday. People were taking those opportunities despite the fact he was outplaying the players. So I'm trying to work out, is it just a way of geeing himself up?
120.
Super darts, good response.
However, apart from Simon Adams, name me a darts player that's ever happy. Because you always hear from a player, you always hear from a
125.
player, particularly when you speak to them in the studio or downstairs. They'll always say, no matter how well they're playing, there's always another level in the locker.
Yeah, I mean, I know I sit here and I don't always practice because I think that thing that angered me when I play on the stage, despite the fact they're not
121.
winning the game, is, you know, of course, it was my whole demeanour that them 2 days I played. That was the only thing that really hurt.
108.
That won't hurt Marvin. This looks like they're going the distance.
It's not the nicest day in Portsmouth, not compared to the last week or so. But it's a
21.
nice enough day
Marvin, you
for a
require
99.
99.
This would be a sprinkling of brilliance. Tops. That's what he was looking at, but he is going to come
59.
back. Free in hand at a double. He's left tops after 12 to take us all the way.
Yeah, I think it was a very conservative way of going tops. And let me show you, Bradley Brooks is already thinking of that last leg.
85. Marvin, you
He
require
does not
40.
expect to be back on this one, 5-4.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
We are
Marvin Van
going the
Velzen.
distance. Bradley Brooks had so many 4-3s yesterday.
7 from
Opened
final
up
leg.
today
It's
with a
Bradley to throw
4-3
first.
victory.
Game
He's
on.
certainly getting plenty of match practice, but once again, he has the dart in the decider. How does he start?
He does know he doesn't get paid by the leg, doesn't he? Great start. 2 trebles.
140.
It's not all about money, Henry. I mean, thanks for taking me out for a meal last night, but forgetting your wallet, that hurt. Tight as cramped,
100.
honestly.
Can I remind you who bought you breakfast this morning?
Yes, thank you very much. The coffee was lovely.
93.
They're right about you. Me.
It's about Marvin and Bradley right now. This has been a superb game.
135.
Just love that reaction there. It was not the best of first darts there, but he's crept 2 in there. Nothing to separate. 3-3.
140.
There's a little bit of aggression there from Bradley Brooks. Thoroughly enjoyed this, Henry.
Been a quality contest. Both players raising their levels once again. Brooks first to finish 128.
96.
Now, interesting last
Bradley
start there
required
because I think Bradley was
128.
looking. He could have had the luxury of starting on treble 20 on the 128, but 74 points left. Double 10 for the finish of the week. What
Game
a
shot
finish.
and the
What a
match.
way to finish.
Bradley Brooks.
And Bradley Brooks, isn't he bouncing back today? 2 wins out of 2. But Marvin Van Velzen, he played his part. An absolute cracker of a game. And Bradley Brooks is very much in the mix. Look at those numbers. Let's wax lyrical. 94.06 winning average. Marvin with the losing average of 95. Excellent on the outer ring once again for Bradley Brooks. That sublime 1-2-8 finish. What a cracking game. Follow that, Harry Ward and Joe Croft. They're up next.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas Harrison.
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius Labanowski.
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. If this would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Bradley Brooks get the better of Marvin van Velzen by 4 legs to 3, pinning a 1-2-8 in the deciding leg to get over the line. And so it's 2 wins from 2 for Brooks, who now puts himself onto 8 points in the group. We now have 3 players on that mark. It could be 4 if Harry Ward can get the better of Joe Croft. It's our 5th game of the morning session. As far as this pair is concerned, both looking to get their first win on Tuesday. Ward going down by 4 legs to 1 to Marvin van Velzen, whilst Joe Croft lost 4-2 to Stefan Bellmont. But on the basis of their opening performances, Glenn, who would you say is the most likely to bounce back in this one?
Well, it wasn't a great game between them yesterday, to be fair. Joe Croft did get his win
100
over Harry Ward, but Harry did roundabout now. Yesterday was producing his best darts. So I think this really is a game they've both got on the stage where they think they can win the match. And it gets the sense of where Bradley's playing, Marvin's playing, Stefan's beginning to win games, Conan looks dangerous. That one of these two could be set adrift if something doesn't happen. So I think it's a big game for the pair of them, but it's a real pick-em. And if I had to go with someone, something's got to happen for that man right now in Joe Croft. I think he nicks it.
And of course, at this stage of a Tuesday, if you think the Group A is out of sight, you need to do the best thing possible to make sure you stick in the mix for the top 3. And that harbouring a spot in Group B, which is a night session on Thursday and Friday, where 3 from 5 go through, compared to Group C, where only 2 from 6 make it out into Saturday night's finale.
Anyone in Group B's and C that you fancy this week to challenge? Obviously, I know you're a big fan of Chaz Barstow. He always gets through, doesn't he? Thomas Lovely for me. I think he's a name, and I think he's ready
100. Harry, you
to
require
step up a couple of ladders, but it's
114.
Harry Ward first down to a finish.
Triple 18. We're going to give him a dart at tots. He has got a couple of pokes from here.
58.
He's himself on a single to double combo upon his return. Croft can only try and apply pressure.
85.
Does so
Harry,
to
you
a certain
require
extent.
56.
For this to take out leg one. 2 darts at tots for Ward. And he only needs the
So on
one.
the first leg,
Yeah,
Harry
best
Ward.
finisher of the day yesterday was Harry Ward. It was his one real strength, averaging over 40%.
Second leg, it's
Once
Joseph
again, when he gets
first.
down to a double.
Game on.
No such problems. Good start from Harry Ward. Big H, one of the real nice guys at darts.
100.
Well, you look at both players in terms of their numbers yesterday. Overall scoring average, there wasn't much to separate. Both averaged 81 for the session. So if this is a tight game, then you look at Harry's
131.
ratio in terms of the doubles at 41% compared to the 18% of Joe Croft as the real differentiating factor.
83.
Yeah, but in that first leg, it was Harry that outscored Joe.
56.
Yeah, just going back to Harry Ward's interview at the beginning, that's pretty much how we sort of said it ourselves as commentators yesterday, that we feel that Harry,
85.
with match practice throughout the week in Group B or Group C, I didn't fancy his chances in Group A because it might take until day 4 to really see the best from this man. Remember, Harry
41.
Ward is a professional Players' Championship winner. I was there that day. It was an emotional day. Like I said, nobody ever
99.
talks bad about Harry Ward because you want good things to happen to him. But I liked his interview. I like the fact he said, he's happy. He goes to work. He's got a young
77.
child now and
So you
plays
require
darts when
134.
required. Good for him.
And the thing is with semi-professional sport, amateur sport, whatever you want to call it,
94.
there's certain people that, and Harry's in that category, and there's nothing wrong with it, where they've got talent, they've got ability, but they just want to do what they want to do with the game, and they find their happy place with it. And this is his happy
92.
medium.
Joe, you require
Plenty of time to
40.
come back. This has been the issue for Joe Croft. He can barely hit a double these past 2 days.
Game shot on
No
the
such
second
problems.
leg,
Level
Joe
after 2.
Croft.
Once again, thanks very much, the live chat. Lots and lots of stuff. Glenn, how was the exhibition
Third
at
leg, it's Harry to throw
Huddersfield? Thank you,
first.
Mason. Went
Game
really,
on.
really well. It was a cracking night. Glenn, I'm a front gripper using thin barrels, but I'm finding the dart sticking to my fingers. Josh, a lot of the
95.
front grippers do use a dart where, the grip's mainly at the bottom, so it can be a barrel where there's no grip on them, but just where you're holding onto your fingers where there is.
41.
So you're getting that similar feel with every dart. And with a front gripper, I'm guessing that your darts are going to understack as well. So that would be my advice there. We'll come back to a couple of more
100.
questions a little bit later on. But thanks very much, everybody.
$44.
Certainly a different approach to the chat than compared to Mr. Mason, Glenn.
$85.
Yeah, it's great that people are watching. Over 1,000 people on the YouTube channel. So many loyal supporters of the
80.
Modus Super Series. And if I can answer a few questions, then I'll do that.
Great recovery of dart 2 after dart 1.
121.
Leads himself on a finish after 12. Leads himself on a ton after 12.
Yeah, I like that dart. I love the first dart there.
140.
That's my philosophy
Harry
of dart.
require
Use that
100.
first dart, then it becomes a great guide if it misses the target. What a dart. That is from Harry Ward for a 15 dart and a 2-1 lead.
80.
He's going to come back. Has got time on his hands. Croft not really making the desired inroads here.
45. Harry
He's himself
require
on a finish,
20.
but it's as far out as 151. Up for double 5.
15.
Comes inside, but Croft hasn't
require
put tangible
151.
pressure on. If he's going to win this leg, he may have to do it in mesmeric style. He may do so in mesmeric style, but he couldn't find the treble 17.
Yeah, he fancied that, didn't he?
Harry, you require 5.
Just be careful with the first dart. A wry smile because he's got away with one. And usually when that happens, Harry Ward, the double goes. I'm sure he'll turn round and almost apologise.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to
No
throw
eye contact
first.
from Joe Croft.
Game on.
It hasn't been a group he's going to remember so far. And I think that dart is just a confirmation of that.
43. 81.
I know this is game 5 of our session today, and once proceedings are finished, if you do miss any of the action, then you can watch our tailor-made highlights on the Super Series YouTube channel. Plenty of great bonus content available on there. If you haven't clicked the subscribe button, why haven't you? We're in excess of 49,000 now. And if we get to 50,000,
100.
Glenn Durham will do his Does a Shuffle on stage on Saturday.
Shabba. Yet.
81.
It wasn't me.
Shabba.
Yeah, do you know, I mean, I'm joking aside, I've done a little bit of commentary now for about 18 months, and that's the one word I got more feedback on.
54.
I swear it wasn't me. But once again, some great stuff. Man's on assist. How am I your front gripper? As Harry Ward once again is smashing in those trebles. I'll try and answer this one. A lot of players will hold the stem. Nathan Aspinall being one of them. I noticed that someone throws one of his darts, Steve Beaton. But if you throw at the bottom of the dart, you usually kick the dart in, so understacks there. I'll come back to that as Harry Ward wants double 19. Oh, that's good.
On a fourth leg.
Really, really good darts. I said Joe Croft would probably win this game, but Harry Ward this time yesterday was playing his best darts.
It's Harry to
and
throw
that
first.
is a very, very nice finish to put himself one away.
As the throw for the match, it's felt almost all or nothing for Joe in this contest. He's either hit big or not found much at all. If you actually look at Harry Ward's scoring power pack, he hasn't had any 140 pluses or 2 treble turns. He's lived in that ton plus category, 8 of them. But the sheer consistency of it compared to the hit and miss of Croft has afforded more opportunities. And when he's had chances, he's by and large taken them. 3 from 8
59.
on the doubles in this contest. And you get the sense that he may well have this game exactly where he wants it.
58.
Yeah, someone who does a lot of sort of coaching with dart as well. I mean, I like everything about the Croft throw, because if you never throw a dart and it feels like it's a long way away, the dartboard, or it's an effort, then there's something wrong. But if you watch Joe throw his dart here, it's absolutely perfect. Just the arms doing the work. I just think there's a little bit of lack of belief in it, a lot of frustration, but technically Joe Croft is sound.
Ironing out creases.
95.
Feels like a phrase that springs to mind.
It's a mind game. It's 50% talent. It's 50% in the mind as well. And I think one thing that's letting Joe down right now is the latter.
Require 155.
Harry Ward, 6 darts and 155. He had that sensational 95 finish. And he's going to leave this very, very pretty. He'll take his time. 78 left. So you look at the 18's bed.
95.
These are 2 dart. They're looking good, Henry.
Looking very good. This would be a big W for Big H. You'd move him on to 8 points in the group, and it'd mean we'd have a 4-way tie temporarily at the top of the table. Tops is what Ward wants. Now double 10 to get over the line.
50.
But he cannot convert, but Croft needs to go fishing.
Yeah, a really good performance here from Harry Ward. Couldn't see out the job. And Joe Croft is just behind him right now. It's a bit of a nasty one. Double 5. Decisions to make. He's gone aggressive. but he gets there in the end. That was a really solid performance from Harry Ward. Once again, the trials and tribulations in this Group A for Joe Croft continue. But Harry Ward, I hold my hands up. I got that one wrong, but that was very impressive. In his interview, he said he's going to get better as the week went along. A little bit more scoring around the 140s and 180s, and Harry Ward's looking good. His doubles have looked absolutely fine this week, and that's a very tasty victory for Harry. As next up, again, it's another heavyweight clash. It's Conan Whitehead against Stefan Bellmont.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53. No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the former champion Conan Whitehead finds himself in action in our 6th game of the morning session. He takes on Stefan Bellmont. Before the break, Harry Ward got his first win of the day, getting the better with Joe Croft by 4 legs to 1, averaging just under 83 and 95 checkout, moving the game in his favour. As far as Croft is concerned, it's 2 defeats from 2 for him. But for Conan Whitehead, he was aged out in a cracking match against Bradley Brooks. Brooks raised just under 98 and had 2 14 darters and a 15 in there to help him over the line. Whitehead had his moments but was unable to win that contest. Up against Stefan Bellmont, who beat Joe Croft 4-2 in his opening game of the session. And there's a big game in terms of finding out where the table's going to lie. Conan wins, then we'll have
60.
the top 5 players all on 8 points, and Joe Croft would be bottom of the table even at this stage by 6 points on 2. However, if there is a win for Bellmont here, then he would ascend to the throne as far as the table is concerned. He'd move on to 10 points.
100.
And we've seen a steady stream of good stuff from Conan this morning.
135. 56.
Looking to get on a roll is the Barbarian.
I'm liking the look of Stefan today. I just thought he lacked a little bit of
140.
focus yesterday. Conan Whitehead, it sort of started so fantastically well, this Group A campaign.
80. Stefan,
seems
you
to have hit the
require
skids.
86.
Now, from 3 wins from 3, it's now 3 defeats from 3 for the Barbarian. Now, Bellmont's got off to a much faster start in this match. 49 left. He has got options. And he elects to leave tops
46.
after 12.
Yeah, this is what I expected from Stefan Bellmont, as Whitehead does a little bit of a juggling act. Always hits 180. Do you know, he might go for it again.
135.
We had that conversation about
Stefan,
hitting a
you require
180 when a
40.
player is sat on a single double. Well, it's tops for Bellmont, 13 data.
Game's on a first leg.
Where have you
Stefan
been,
Bellmont.
Stefan? Because that is how he can play. And he'll like the look of the
Second
provisional
leg, it's
table
Stefan
as
to
well
go
when he goes
first.
back.
Game on.
He ain't happy, is he? These players know where the camera is now, that's for sure, Henry.
93.
If you spend a week with Scott Mitchell, he'll tell you exactly what the camera numbers are and exactly when they're going to pan to you.
24.
We actually saw it the last time we saw Cameron Crabtree here, that he knew when the camera was going to pan on him. And so if he lost a leg and he was a bit disgusted with himself, he decided to look away and have his back towards the drinks table.
140.
Yeah, we've seen some fantastic reactions with the camera. I do remember the Tommy gun as well. Yeah, there's been some good ones, but they certainly know where that camera is now. Conan White, they're just having a little bit of fun, but also an indication of how frustrated he is right now.
This is an oasis of excellence from Bellmont here, looking to double his lead.
137.
Yeah, he's averaging over 108 early in this game as Bellmont.
Hoping to be the king is Belmonte.
140.
As far as Group A is concerned, and this is an excellent performance, averaging in excess of 111, has left himself on a 2-darter after 12, and
135.
no matter what
Stefan, you
Whitehead
require
throws at him,
70.
it's not been enough in this contest up to press.
Well, he's going to get another darter. Tops. Doesn't need to move.
50.
I'm just wondering a little
Conan,
bit
you
to
require
move to the left there, just to
105.
open the bed a little bit. Conan Whitehead. It's 2 tops. There's 1. Sweet
Game's
as a
on
nut.
Second leg. Conan Whitehead.
Get ready for the camera. Here we
Third
go.
leg, it's
There we
Conan to
go. He
go
knows where
first.
it is.
Game on.
He enjoyed that, but what it's also done is it staved off the Stefan charge, because if he went 2-0 up in this match, the way he's been playing, there could have been a conceivability this match would have been
100.
over before it began. But Whitehead's had to run into 1 or 2 big performances, had to stave off 1 or 2 counter-attacks, because from 2-0 up against Bradley Brooks, his opponent fired in some big scores and some
79.
big moments. And Conan will be feeling maybe today's one of those days where the opponents are just firing on all cylinders against him.
Yeah, it's that type of group. I feel like it's stepped up a notch from yesterday.
123.
It was a nervy day from the majority. Like I said, Conan, you sense it was a missed opportunity when you're opening 3 games. So you'll have to a little bit of tenacity, a little bit of fight. We know it's in there.
140.
So this is another very tidy contest. Every time we look at the statistics, the averages, and they're just increasing at the moment.
108.
Both players averaging over 102. In fact, Bellmont is still around the 106 mark.
$57.
Well, the
Conan, you
first leg of
require
this
98.
contest was 1 in 13 by Bellmont. The last 1 in 15 by Whitehead. The third one isn't going to be 1 in 12, but he is
58.
going to come back 4 tops after a dozen.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic response here from Conan Whitehead. Very reminiscent of Bradley Brooks in his opening game of the day. And that 105 with the 2 tops has been the catalyst.
58.
It's been the spark he was searching for.
40.
And from 1-0 down, Conan Whitehead leads by 2 legs to 1.
Whitehead.
It's another quality contest. And how many legs are we seeing today that are in 5-visit range? 13, 14, 15. And there's been a lot of 16s as well, particularly by Bradley Brooks.
And the finger point to Conan Camp. Pull me finger.
125.
And the thing for the fields to find out today is because players are keeping on hitting 13, 14, 15s, which means if you're doing that on throw, if you're against the darts, you're going to have to do something special to win a leg. We thought before a dart was thrown yesterday, this was a group where good things could happen. Yesterday, to nick one of your
41.
phrases, it flattered to deceive. But today, everybody, it seems, has upped their level somewhat.
Well, nothing new about you nicking my saying, so
101.
surprised you haven't used the ladder of success yet. But great live chat. Glenn, is there anything you would change in your career? Absolutely not. But meeting Henry Deacon is a bit of a
44.
bugbear that I have to deal with. When is Steve West playing? I'll leave that one to the Modus Super Series. They'll let you know in the next set of players. Do you wish you'd gone to PDC earlier? Definitely not. Nothing will take away those 3 lakesides. And a question for Henry, which will come in the next game.
Part of the furniture at the Lakeside game. Mind you, weren't you stuck to the furniture at Lakeside after you won the 3rd title?
120.
It certainly was. A question for Henry. Is your favourite song The Green, Green Grass of Home?
Just incredible.
97.
So this is on the throw of Bellmont. Struggling to find a treble.
91.
However, that brings him
Going
back
to
into this
require
leg. It was this type of
110.
finish, remember, the 105 that really got going for Conan Whitehead, but not this time. Bellmont has a chance. You can just see him in the background there. It is warm on that stage, as we've mentioned.
42.
But these are the opportunities you sense he has to take, Henry.
Well, it's the first leg in this match which has gone above 5 visits, and so technically it's the scrappiest, but it could well be the most important. Bellmont has a dart at tops to square up at 2-2. Whitehead in the background, trying to look away at the board, is lurking on 68. If this dart misses,
Game shot
but
on
it doesn't
fourth
miss,
leg, Stefan
and Bellmont
Bellmont.
levels us up. It's 2-2.
Yeah, he had that finish, didn't he? When Conan did bounce that
Fifth
way,
leg,
he didn't
it's
move
Conan
for
to throw
the
first.
double top,
Game on.
which we were surprised at this time. He moved to the left, he moved to the right, and then threw a beautiful dart to land that tops.
100.
Conan looking for a hat-trick of weekly successes in the Super Series this time around. Of course, the first ever champion here at the Live Lounge. And
22.
I think that success sometimes doesn't get the recognition it deserves. I think mainly because of what Luke Littler went on to achieve after he won his couple of titles here.
131.
That maybe Conan's successes in this building can occasionally be forgotten.
Yeah, did you see Luke Littler's social media yesterday? Even on his bio, he still talks of the fact that he's a
140.
2 times Modus Super Series. And I think he watches regular as well. Not that he'll be watching from sunny Australia today.
Good evening, Luke.
100.
Is today going to be a good day for Conan Whitehead?
Oh, well, Conan let off a ripper. It's a 170.
98.
Big fish
Currently
attempt.
require 170.
Not to beat.
Does have time on his side. It was an
42.
excellent start to this game, but it's just felt like the pace has been curtailed a little bit as we head towards the midway point of the contest, as we head to the championship rounds of this match.
41.
Yeah, some
Currently require
fantastic
128.
statistics on the doubles, but it's been getting down there, which has been the issue in this leg. But he's going to leave it very pretty.
79.
And that's the third time in this Group A campaign he's gone for a big 16 and slid into the 7. He did that twice yesterday. So he's effectively burning a dart on this 49 finish. You can see what he thinks about behind.
140.
Bellmont
Conan, you require
leaves himself a 2-darter. Important moments in this match.
Game
But
set on the
Bellmont isn't going to get a
fifth
sniff.
leg. Conan
Whitehead leads 3-2. And having a bit of a word with that double 16.
Sixth leg. It's Stefan to throw first.
Interesting, just having a
Game
look
on.
at scoring power pack in this contest. Conan is renowned for being a big 180 hitter, but 13 scores of a ton or more. That's where he's getting the damage done, and
100.
that's where he's going to present himself with opportunities because of the consistency of the scoring power. However, by contrast, have a look at the 2 triple turns now of
85.
Stefan Bellmont in this match.
Yeah, we've got the Australian darts this week. So who do you like for the Aussie Darts Masters?
134.
I think we're going to see a victory for Luke Little. He said he'd like to win one of the 2 events down under, but really looking forward to that.
180.
I was about to say Conan Whitehead hasn't hit the most 180s in this Group A, which might be a surprise, but he's a 2 in this game. Immaculate on the outer ring, averaging 97. Just the performance that Conan Whitehead was looking for. But Bellmont ain't done yet.
He's keeping pace and first to a finish in this 6th leg. And Whitehead may come up troublous at the worst possible time.
94.
Great salvage with dart
Stefan, you
3.
require
But Bellmont looking for the 127 to save the game. Trouble 19. Want to give him a dart of the bullseye. But Whitehead is going to need to find something
87.
from a bit left field if he's to win the game
142.
here and now. And the 142 isn't going to go.
38. Stefan, you require
Once
40.
again, it looks like we're going to go the distance. It's been a group where lots of 4-3 games. It's double 10 for Bellmont. Oh, is it going to go the distance? Because this is tricky.
35.
And for
Conan, you
Conan White, he'd be
require
delighted to come
104.
back. However, be disappointed it's 104.
However, he is 3 from 3 on the doubles, and so he'll trust himself if he does get a dart. The issue he's got is he's got 86 left, and he needs to go triple 18. The lie of dart 1 isn't a helpful one for him.
Oh, how about bullseye with your second dart?
54. Stefan, you require
He's left himself on
5.
50, and he will go for the bull if he gets a go. To take us all the way. It's not the first time we've seen triple 1, double 1 today.
Well, it worked for Harry Ward, didn't it? It was a wry smile that Harry Ward had. He then smashed in the double 1 with the second dart.
Game's
Exactly
on at 6th
reminiscent of
leg.
that.
Stefan Bellmont.
Almost of an apology to Conan Whitehead. And once again, we have a
7th
last
and
leg
final leg.
shootout.
It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
That first dart, when it hits there, hits different. Hits big, hits hard, and hits hard at Stefan Bellmont.
Yeah, for Stefan Bellmont, you think I've played almost 15 minutes of this game. I brought myself back into it, and my opponent starts with a 180.
100.
Just keeps him involved, but it's advantage Whitehead.
However, has come up dry here, and so ton 40 for Bellmont. This leg, this deciding leg, is very much up in the offing once again. And he's had 8 2 treble turns in this contest as Bellmont, but he can't find one there.
100.
Great last dart, just to keep things interesting.
Oh, that was the dart of the match. That last one just keeps him involved, and how he found it through.
100.
But again, the saviour of a last dart.
Whitehead first to an out. Can Bellmont leave an out? Yes is the answer. But how low can he go? We strayed the other
135.
side, and actually now he
Conan, you
hasn't left
require
an out.
164.
Yes, you were premature there.
45.
Now that, small mistakes. And that trickle into the 5 has brought Bellmont once again. So from Whitehead being a massive favourite in this last leg, The 119 you sense may have to go. 86 points left.
134.
What a way. What an
You
ending.
require 119.
And Whitehead needs a ton plus out more than ever. 62 left. He went big 12 for the bullseye, but there was a lapse of concentration there.
92.
And he's, well, left
Stefan, you
himself on
require
27 because
32.
he's hit the double 13.
This game has been like a roller coaster. Ups and downs. But it's
shot.
Stefan
And
Bellmont who
match.
once
Stefan
again
Bellmont.
gets over the winning line. Not the day that Conan Whitehead wanted. He had that game in the palm of his hands, but a little bit of frustration. And this is what I should have done. He decides to do. And there's the bullseye. The game's so much easier when it's not match on, isn't it, Conan? But a big smile on his face there. But Stefan Bellmont comes with big credentials, big CV, and he's beginning to produce the numbers. Yesterday wasn't really his day, but he's had a splendid start. He goes top and good numbers, 94.95 average. Excellent in defeat was Conan Whitehead. Brilliant on the outer ring, but it's the Swiss that gets over the line. Next up, it's Joe Croft against the returning Bradley Brooks.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9 dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180, he's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, well, Conan Whitehead had the window of opportunity to make it a 5-way tie at the top of the table, but Stefan Bellmont won our 6th game of the session by 4 legs to 3, a 13-darter in the decider to get him over the line. And so it means that he is outright top of the table. He has a 2-point lead for Marvin van Velzen, Bradley Brooks and Harry Ward, who all find themselves on 8. Conan Whitehead now chasing on 6, whilst Joe Croft is detached at the bottom of the table on 2. And it is Croft who is in action here up against Brooks. And if Bradley can win this game, he'll be 3 from 3 to kickstart the day. He'd be on 10 points, level with Stefan Bellmont. Actually, a big win for Bradley would see him leapfrog Stefan temporarily because of legs difference. And it's fair to say, Glenn Durham alongside myself, Henry Deacon here in the commentary box, that if you look at Bradley's level today, you'd say that he is the overwhelming favourite to win this contest.
Yes, but how many times have we said that at the Modus Super Series? top against bottom sometimes, and you'd expect one certain result because, we've talked so much that we continue to wait how good Joe Croft is playing, and it's just not happening in this Group A. But how many times have we seen players not playing well in Group A and still being there weak as well? So you've got to still keep believing.
100.
Bradley Brooks seems to be walking into players playing well against him. So, yes, you would expect this player in your picture to win the game.
100.
Well, for Joe Croft, who is sponsored by the Iron King, you sense that confidence is just a win away, a win away.
98.
Yeah, apologies for the tumbleweed across the screen there. I'm still trying to work it out.
41. 67.
Bounce outs galore.
Well, Brooks did get off to a quiet start against Conan Whitehead and then
60.
really went through the gears. Back-to-back 14s on 2-0 down, got himself a level at 2 apiece. In matter of fact, Bradley hasn't won a leg
100.
in excess of 16 darts all day. These are the 8 legs he's won. 14, 14, 15, 16, 16, 16, 16, 12. And if you have them as your lottery numbers, then you're not going to stand a
100.
chance.
You require 136.
But it's Croft that's come out the traps here. Should go downstairs to the 19s. Needs the treble to leave tops.
46.
Yeah, and now he's just thinking, once again, I've had this leg in the palm of my hand. One big score here from Bradley Brooks. How the tide can turn. The total roles reversal for Bradley Brooks yesterday. And when he turns out, he won't believe that this is happening. People were finishing those types yesterday, but it's Brooks with that excellent set of play. Big number. This is the way that he goes for 60. I'm never going to be the biggest fan of it, but that's his route of going. The way his dart, he uses a very long dart. They sit up. So his belief is he's not able to throw the flatty on the 60, which was seen from Darryl Gurney, Luke Littler. So he uses that treble 12, and it works to reel a plumb.
140.
And beginning to build up. That's his worst leg of the day, 17 darter. But he won't care because he's broken and leads 1-0 in this contest. But it just felt
45.
like those darts on the 90 out for Joe Croft. It just felt like he was chasing, even though he dominated large swathes of that opening leg.
40.
Yeah, probably the worst 3 darts of Bradley's thrown today. But he'll go back and just see him, which is an indicator for me he's still
140.
working on the game. Just stare at the target. Let the arm do the work. It's all about feel with Bradley Brooks.
139.
And from throwing his worst 3 darts to a 2 treble visit.
Well, this could be a big game towards the latter ends of the year because both players are qualified for the ADC Championship Tour finals and are actually both placed in the same half of the draw. Bradley's first match is against Thomas Banks, who was so good last week, whilst Joe Croft seeded 2 will take on Charlie Martin. If they were both to win their first round matches, they'd meet in the semi-final of that competition
96.
on November the
Bradley
16th. But right here, right
82.
now, Brooks is going through the gears again and it's a couple of darts away from opening up a 2-0 lead.
Premature again.
37.
Players are
You
missing big
require
numbers. It was to the
120.
detriment of Conan Whitehead in the last game. Will Bradley Brooks get away with it? Is he thinking bull with the way that first dart is sat? Very flat, that dart I can see from this angle. Decide to stay on the treble 20.
42.
Bradley Brooks
require
will be back. He
45.
wasn't punished.
5 for tops. Now, I just wonder, the way that
25.
first dart went
Joey
into the board, it went in a bit of an
78.
angle. I wonder whether the flight obscured the path towards tops. Nothing obscuring the path to double 12 or double 6 for Croft. But he couldn't
66.
find either.
Bradley required
Yeah, I don't know
20.
if he's looked back. Joe Croft, but his doubles are really
It's on
hurting
the
him, and
second
players
leg,
are punishing.
Bradley Brooks.
That is a rightful shake of the head for Bradley Brooks because that's arguably his worst leg. Yes, it was in 19
Third leg, it's
darts.
Joe to throw
But
first.
things are happening for
Game
Bradley
on.
Brooks once again. The facial expressions aren't changing for Bradley. He's still scowling. He's still questioning himself. But he's provisionally top of the table.
Paul Nicholson mentions so
45.
often about secondary doubles. And for Bradley, tops hasn't always worked for him today. But when the misses come inside, he has recovered very well on double 10.
123.
That's the 7th time you've used the name Paul Nicholson.
Players champion, you know.
I mean, you're even dressing like him today.
125.
Nice to see you've got your collared shirt on, Glenn.
Yeah, that'll be there for Saturday night. I'll be suited and
41.
booted. I'm going to ring Paul Nicholson and say what colour trainers will go with my jacket.
You'll probably say,
94.
whose coat is that jacket?
It used to fit me once. That's what I'll say to him.
Yeah, I've got that problem with blazers at the minute. I'm at a wedding at the weekend and I'm struggling to find a suit that fits.
97.
Could highly recommend Giacomo for you.
$85.
The scoring power seems to have gone for Bradley at the moment. Like I said, that won't help the cause. It is on the throat. Bullseye's not a bad dart to leave a 170.
39. Joe, you require 152.
However, Joe will be mindful that he doesn't want this leg to follow the same pattern as leg one, where he dominated the scoring phase. And it was around about this part where things began to fall apart for him, and when Brooks found a good setup turn. And is history going to repeat itself here?
80.
That is an untimely
Joe, you
checkout,
require
and it just
72.
gives Joe a bit of breathing space on this 72.
Yeah, 45 points left, but the bullseyes and the bounce outs for Bradley Brooks are hurting in this leg. But this has been the Achilles heel.
40.
And that just
Bradley
adds to the
require
collection of missed darts at a
121.
double. Are we going to see a special moment from Brooks?
You saw the 1-2-8 from him to beat Van Velzen in the last leg. Is he going to find a 1-2-1 here? Yes,
It's
is the
on the third
answer.
leg,
Boom,
Bradley
boom
Brooks.
from Bam Bam. And Brooks is free up.
Fourth leg. It's Bradley to throw first.
Oh, I
Game
feel
on.
your pain, Joe. It is the most individual game up there. It can be the greatest place in the world when things are going your way.
83.
But you have, more than anybody, Henry, know how many times players have not performed in Group A and it's still been their week. Let's look at Thomas Banks last week.
It's a phrase I say all too
140.
often. It's all about reset mentality. And I look at it from this perspective, in the respect that
100.
when Group A is done, there's 3 players in each group that haven't played a match yet. They're on 0 points, have no expectations. And so
60.
effectively, you have to treat it as a completely different competition in isolation. And whatever frustration that you've had, particularly if you're placed in a Group C, you've got to remember everybody's on 0 points. Everybody's in that same boat. And the players
80.
that manage to reset the best from that are the ones who stand the best chances. And Thomas Banks is the best example of it.
58.
Yeah, I like that reset mentality. What does Paul Nicholson think about that?
No, I'm not going there.
100.
Well, Bradley Brooks is certainly going there right now. It's been the perfect day for him. He opened up with a 4-3 victory over Conan Whitehead.
125.
He backed that up
Bradley
with a
require
big win over Marvin Van
138.
Velzen. And is he moments away from 3 wins on the spin?
86.
If he took that out, he could have worn the
Joe, you
checkout on his
require
shirt.
118.
It would have been for the match.
Yeah, Crofty. Yeah. Harsh. It's difficult when things aren't going your way, and it's difficult because he's still got 2 more
45.
games to
Bradley
play.
require 52.
But for Bradley Brooks, he was the guy shaking his head yesterday. Well, he's double 10 away from an immaculate start today.
Shot
Bradley
on the
Brooks with a
match,
big
Bradley Brooks.
4-0 victory over Joe Croft. He's having his real moments as Joe Croft, and yeah, he'll be learning on the job. Bradley Brooks just sort of shrugs his shoulders a little bit. He was solid. Once again, his doubles have been sublime today. That 1-2-1 checkout being the real highlight of the game. Bradley Brooks is on a roll. And next up, it's Marvin Van Velzen against Conan Whitehead.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Bradley Brooks got the better of Joe Croft by 4 legs to 0, 83.5 average, a 130 checkout in there as well for Brooks as he gets over the line 4-0. And so our middle match of the day sees Marvin van Velzen and Conan Whitehead go toe to toe. Well, for Conan, it's a day that couldn't have had a bit of a worse start. It's not as if he's played bad, but he's played opponents who have been inspired against him. Defeats to Bradley Brooks and Stefan Bellmont means that he is still chasing a first win of the day, whereas Marvin van Velzen made his mark in the opening game, winning 4-1 against Harry Ward, but then lost out in that fantastic match against Bradley Brooks 4-3, despite averaging in excess of 95.
Yeah, it was round about this moment yesterday that everything was going to plan from Conan Whitehead.
100.
He played and beat Marvin to go 3 wins out of 3. But like I say, as Henry alluded to, that it's just gone a little bit pear-shaped since then. But he needs to flush those thoughts out and just
60.
get back on to doing what he knows best.
$100.
As far as Marvin's concerned, hasn't played bad today. He'll feel like he was hit by a sucker punch by Brooks, who nailed that 1-2-8 in the deciding leg to beat him. But it's all about getting back on the horse as quickly as possible. He wins this game, he will go back to the top of the group. He'll be on 10 points. Would have played the same number of matches as Brooks. But again, that legs difference will be a massive doff in the cap for him. A barometer which will swing in his favour, and then he'll hope that
59.
Bellmont loses out to Ward, and it mean that we'd have 4 players all tied on 10 points at the top of the group, and then you suddenly have that bit of separation where the top 4 all jostling for position. Whitehead wouldn't feel like he's out of it, but he may be a half spoiler, and Joe Croft will feel like he is playing matches just
100.
to accumulate matches.
And you require 142.
Yeah, we said there would be an awful lot to separate. So 57 left. Just having a bit of a freeze, and he has to be
102.
careful on those big
Marvin,
numbers.
you
That's
require
cost him today.
84.
Cost him a couple of moments yesterday, but Marvin van Velzen has really impressed me. These are the types of finishes under the pressure when your opponent's on a double, which tell me an awful lot about a player.
59.
Conan
You
Whitehead
require
for a
40.
breaker throw.
Double 10. Has to move across. And cannot
20.
find a way through. And so
Marvin,
Van
you require
Velzen will come
25.
back to take out this opening leg and to save his throw. 17 double 4 is the route. The plan that is executed perfectly. Van Velzen 1 up.
Yeah, 20 data. You don't expect
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first.
to go back
Game on.
when you're playing this man in your picture, but it's just not. It's just not happening, and there's that fear of then being detached because there's players who are on a bit of a move,
55.
including Marvin van Velzen. Bradley Brooks is looking good. Stefan Bellmont's finding his form, isn't he? And Conan Whitehead doesn't want to go into tomorrow where you pretty much guarantee a Group C campaign.
82.
Something Henry mentioned earlier about Group B. It's where the players want to be as second best because of the ratio and the fact they're playing on a night as well, where they're more comfortable. So
47.
still all to play for, but just Conan needs to be careful.
He is one of the most experienced campaigners here at the Super Series. He knows this tournament like the back of his hand. In terms of appearances, it's his 9th here at the Super Series, and there's only a handful of players that have played here more times. In matter of fact,
61.
there's only 5 players that have appeared more times than Conan Whitehead ever. Thornton and Cox with 12, Adams, Duff, Hogan, Osborne and Cole have all made 10 appearances.
82.
There's a couple of names I wouldn't have got there, but I definitely got Colin Osborne, Robert Thornton. Didn't think Neil Duff was that far up.
108.
There's the obligatory 180 from Conan Whitehead. Something that's sort of missing from his game this week.
Whitehead, if he wins this week, would have won
Conan, you
a
require
third of the weeks that he's
158.
played in here at the Live Lounge, which is a very good success rate. You join Matt Clark, Darryl Pilgrim, Andreas Harrison on 3.
98.
Steve West
Marvin,
and
you
Neil
require
Duff have the
57.
record with 4 weekly titles.
Yeah, that's absolutely tremendous stat. Van Velzen desperate to get his first weekly win.
17. Conan, you require 60.
I'll say Conan hasn't had his chances in this game. Has to move across because that first start stands up to
Game's on,
attention,
a
but then
second leg,
perfectly
Conan
finds that
Whitehead.
tops. Level we are in this contest, 1-1.
Yeah, his best start of the day for sure. He had to move across,
Third
but that
leg, it's
tops was
Marvin to throw
absolutely plumb. But
first.
Van Velzen
Game
just scrunched his eyes there. He knows that was a missed opportunity. He looks relaxed, does Marvin.
134.
He was a little bit tight in the shoulders at time yesterday, but those darts are leaving very, very nicely. But Conan's a tricky operator. He'll
100.
know, like you said, the situation that he's in right now. Another tight affair.
This one may not have the quality that we've seen in some of the other games today, but it has a
134.
significance towards it in terms of how the table will be occupied come the end of it.
40.
Whitehead not on the scene in leg 3, and so Van Velzen has the opportunity to motor into a 2-1 lead, and that 1-7-1 leads himself on 62 after 9, and the big shout from Jack Garwood may have just offset Whitehead a little bit.
I think he frightened Conan.
41. Marvin, you require 62.
That's what those big scores do. The referee has to shout, and it can just put a bit of pressure on. Tops. And that would have been for a
42.
12.
But when you look at the score at Conan, 320. He's already given the ghost on this
40.
leg.
Marvin,
And
you
Van
require
Velzen a very
20.
impressive leg. Double 10.
Game's
No
on a
mistake.
third leg. Marvin
13
Van
is
Velzen.
lucky for Van Velzen. He leads 2-1. And you may remember a famous sporting
Fourth
battle
leg, it's Conan
between
to throw
England and the
first.
Netherlands in the
Game
summer.
on.
That finished 2-1, but in England's favour.
Was that the Olympics hockey yesterday?
60.
Isn't that 3-1 in the end?
Yes, but to Holland. How did the men's hockey get on against India?
They lost on penalties.
Ouch.
Penalty shootouts, eh?
100.
There was a bit of everything in that one with Marvin with the last start.
Tell you what, if you get the chance to watch it back, have a look at the canoe
56.
kayak. Now that was good fun.
Dear Henry, I have a life. Regards. But yeah, I actually watched it. It was great fun, wasn't it?
140. $60.
Well, Keely Hodgkinson won the 800 metres yesterday, and we're heading towards the middle distance of our run here for Tuesday at the Live Lounge.
81.
Yeah, he's got big shoulders as Marvin, hasn't he? I'm not surprised with that watch that's on his left hand.
57.
Looks like a dumbbell. Let's get a close up of that watch. Look at that beauty. And look at this beauty. Just has to be careful not to bust, of course. So his eyes will be on double top. He's even hiding the camera in case he does bust.
120.
And went super safe. They actually went out the board with his last dart.
Timing was a bit off.
Like it.
58. Marvin, you require 60.
And Whitehead hasn't put him on watch. And this is for the break. Van Velzen
Game's
leads
on a
3-1,
fourth
and he
leg.
now has the
Marvin Van
darts to win
Velzen.
the contest. And it would move him back to the summit in the table. He'd be on 10 points, and if he can win
Fifth
this
leg,
leg,
it's Marvin
he'd be
to
on
throw
plus 11
first.
legs difference. And for Conan Whitehead, anything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong.
Yes, the life of a dart player. Yesterday he was nodding his head and he was strutting around with 3 wins out of 3. And right now, everything will feel like hard work.
100.
You won't like that when he turns round. Super dart on Van Velzen.
He is playing at a very good level today. 91 in his first game, 95 in the second, averaging 97 here. 3 from 8 on his doubles. He's a player that is improving every single time we see him.
Yeah, that's what he said to me before a dart was thrown on Monday.
43.
He's used the experience of the previous times he's been in. He wants success. Conan Whitehead knows what success is like. An incredible stat from Henry if he was to win this week. A third of his appearances here as a winner. Well, he's going to have to do it the hard way at the moment because things are not going his way. But he's backed up that 180 star from Marvin. He has to break the throw here. It's still an advantage to the Dutchman. But Conan Whitehead all of a sudden has found a real purple patch.
140.
Just giving Marvin that proverbial tap on the shoulder on for a potential 11 darter here to break back, return the game to throw at 3-2. And just give the Dutchman in your picture here 1 or 2 questions to answer.
You require 60.
Tops of Whitehead.
Game shot on a fifth
Absolutely.
flag. Conan
Same spot
Whitehead.
as previously. He has that awkward way of throwing toss because of his dart sitting up this very long dart, which we've
Sixth
talked
flag.
about.
It's Conan to throw
He
first.
seems really adept at moving
Game
to
on.
the left. And once again, it's the shake of the head there because he's, where did them darts come from? Why am I finding it all of a sudden so easy?
120.
Well, dart 2 is that accurate. It was bang on dart 1 and then smack back out the board again. Conan, who glues his stem and flights together.
96.
Actually, there is one of his flight and stem combinations in our studio because there used to be a superstition on the balcony that every
100.
single time Conan played and I was presenting that he would throw his stems up at me at the end of a day's shift.
It's not about you today, Henry. It's about these 2 players up here. So Henry Meakin.
Not what Paul Nicholson said.
180.
Absolutely superb again from Van Velzen. It's all been all about Conan Whitehead, hasn't it? But just a little reminder.
60.
Marvin would have the darts in the last leg if he goes the distance, but he's stolen the darts here. 6 darts and 225 will be the target.
And dart 1 is beautifully laid.
100.
He'll take a ton. Whitehead, though, over 2 treble turn would leave himself on a 2-darter. He's going to apply maximum pressure.
140.
It's not how you start, it's how
Marvin,
you finish a
require
dart match. And Conan Whitehead has got
125.
better and better as this match has gone along. Every stat I'm looking at saying this man should win the game. 75 points left. It's bullseye for a spectacular way to win this match.
87.
And it looked like the bullseye
Conan, you
was begging at his
require 81.
mercy. Double 12. Drags low, and Van Velzen will come back. 3 in his hand, a double 19 to complete a 4-2 win.
73. Marvin, you require 38.
Decision to make. Does he split? Or does he go direct? He's deep in thought there. He'll make his decision now. It's straight for it, and Marvin Van Velzen goes top of the table. An incredible amount of relief there. He played a very, very good performance. Conan Whitehead hit him really, really hard in the middle part of that game there. It's all smiles around. They know where the camera is. You're never a loser, Conan. You're never. And there's the big W. Oh, now it's the love heart. I think that was aimed at you, that one, Henry. All good fun up there, but very, very impressive from the Dutchman. And look at those numbers. Every stat that you look at there suggests that it was one-way traffic for Marvin Van Velzen, but Conan Whitehead just hit a little spot in the middle of the game where he threatened to win that game, but Marvin held on. He's looking good. He sits top of the table as we move on to the next game. It's Stefan Bellmont against Harry Ward.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Marvin van Velzen put in another superb performance, average just under 96 to get the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 2. It returns into the top of the table, 10 points plus 10 in terms of legs difference, but Stefan Bellmont can go top outright. He'll move on to 12 points, 2 clear of Van Velzen and Brooks, and 4 clear of his opponent here, Harry Ward. And as far as today is concerned, Bellmont has won both of his matches, put 10 points on his average from match 1 to match 2. As for Harry, well, he lost his first game 4-1 to Marvin van Velzen, but then recovered.
30 that we had, I had Henry Deacon sat next to me watching his own commentary from the final game.
44.
And then saying, oh, I'm missing Paul Nicholson. I'm missing Paul Nicholson. So I'm going to try and get Henry back on my side now and talk a little bit about American wrestling. So...
140.
Who was your favourite American wrestler?
Bring back
It doesn't matter who it is. That's apparently some sort of American wrestler. If you smell what the does is cooking.
Where's Chris Mason when you need him? Where's Chris Murphy? Where's Matt Edgar? Where's Corin Hammond?
Right, we've got darts on here, Henry.
41.
We digress.
Anyway, who's going to reign in this game? Ward's got off to the quickest start of the pair, nicking the throw of Bellmont.
100.
He's going to have 6 here from 180 to take out the opening leg against the throw.
140.
And he's left tops after 12 on the back of that 140 turn.
He's looking good, and he's backing up what he's been saying as well, Harry Ward, that he's going to get better and better. It's probably the least I've spoken about in Harry Ward, but
40.
a good win in his previous game. This is for a break, a throat. His doubles have been good this week. But they've let him down on this occasion,
Stefan,
and at this moment,
100.
you cannot let Stefan Bellmont in. Give him a sniff. He will hit it. Is it 2 tops? Is it?
60.
Dart 3
Harry
clattered off a
requires
dart
10.
2 and then went above the wire. Ward has already missed 3 darts at double to win this leg. Is it going to
Game's on
pass
the
up a
first
4th
leg,
opportunity?
Harry Ward.
Ward breaks. He leads 1-0. But interesting you saying about Harry not really getting the headlines
Second
today.
leg, it's Harry
I
to
don't
throw
think he'll
first.
mind that.
Game on.
You get the sense that he's a player that likes to play under the radar a little bit and just let the darts and, more importantly, the results do the talking.
Yeah, get to the stage
100.
now as well where the players in the players area are wanting certain players to win. And like you say, you don't want Bellmont to get on a roll. Like I said, he has come with a pedigree. He's probably the one who's most match sharp. Had some fantastic results of
57.
late. Doesn't, for me, produce his best darts on the Modus Super Series stage, but still plenty to play for. And Harry just looks like he's beginning to enjoy the experience again.
100.
Talking about rolls, we've got some rolls for lunch, haven't we, Glenn? Part of our little picnic.
100.
He's not joking as well. He's pulling out the ham sandwiches and the... What's this? A Swiss roll.
59.
If we go quiet for a couple of minutes, you know why?
We certainly went quiet last night. We had a fabulous meal last night, didn't we?
Oh, very good, wasn't it?
58.
Not enough, you sense, for Bellmont.
$45.
There was a big chance there for Big H. He's still around about 90 points ahead, but he knows that's a missed opportunity, especially if Bellmont starts finding the treble.
We're getting to the third game of the day, and we're
80.
none the wiser as to what kind of performance we're going to get from Stefan Bellmont. 84 first game, 94 the second, averaging 75 here.
Really enjoying this from Big H.
135.
Start looking at the provisional table now, and it's good reading for Harry. Like I said, we've got a couple of players who we're really looking for, including Bellmont. So it'll feel like a 4-pointer here for Harry Ward.
Harry requires 62.
Treble 10 to start. Big number double. There's the big number. And that is a
Game's
clean
on a
kill,
second
and
leg,
Harry Ward
Harry Ward.
is looking very good, Henry.
A proficient job for Big H.
Third leg. It's
Doing what he
Stefan
needs to
throw
do,
first.
in control of
Game
this
on.
contest. 2-0 to the good. Well, every player, or some players, shall I say, have their mascots. And
100.
Stefan Bellmont has got the teddy bear on stage.
I
134.
think it was a teddy bear as well with Robert Thornton, wasn't it? I think something he always carried. I've seen people with photos of the family. Like I said, we talk about the psychology of things. And this Bellmont hits a 180, but I think one of the, if you went to see a sports psychologist, you know, something to remind you of a good place, a happy moment.
85.
And that appears to be. And the Teddy's working for the Red Cross.
But Bellmont cannot afford to keep toying around in this contest. Playtime is over. And he's looking to get laid back on the
41.
board. The issue is that
Definitely require
this is only a leg on throw. He's
121.
going to have to find a break at some point from here on in. So I'd go bullseye first because the ball was all the way back on 2-4-1. And leave himself on 68 upon his return.
Yeah, he'll expect to finish that, but a couple of trebles here from Harry just to keep him involved in this leg. Make your opponent
84.
think.
Stefan,
That's
you
a bit of a
require
slide
68.
with the last dart, so definitely advantage Bellmont.
One dart. Had options, and the option is double 16. No mistake.
on a third
Bellmont's
leg,
back
Stefan
in this match at 2-1.
Yeah, when I look at the stats later on tonight, I mean, I think
Fourth
one thing
leg,
I
it's
will
Harry
see
to
is
throw
that the
first.
doubles have been better
Game
today.
on.
Across the board. You just sense that when they won a double. Yesterday it was all about this man in your picture with doubles. Over 40%, which is always very, very acceptable. But Harry's just now beginning to find his scoring range.
Well, it's a big end of the year for Stefan. It's also a big few months for darts in Switzerland on the whole
41.
because they're going to be hosting a European Tour event for the first time in September. And Stefan will be highly anticipated to be one of the host nation qualifiers for that tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's just some fantastic places to play darts. Hungary, you know, of course, the Holland, the Germanys with Belgians we all know about. But, yeah, adding Switzerland,
60.
Scandinavia. I was gonna go up onto the stage and give a kiss of life to the water. I think my sense of humour is not going down too well on the live chat. That's the Swiss flag, not the Red Cross. Apologies, I didn't know that is absolutely superb from Harry Ward once again. A little 102 finish, bullseye with a double 16. You asked me the question to begin this game.
Game on.
And I did dare not say that Harry Ward was going to win it because I made that mistake in the previous. We have a situation on the provisional table, Henry. 4 players on 10 points.
Well, Stefan Bellmont could have gone outright top of the table. He won this contest. As things stand, he's provisionally 4th. Such is the tight and tentative nature of this particular
58.
group.
Yeah, Joe Croft now looking detached. Conan Whitehead, we have the fear that if he doesn't win his final 2 games of the day, could be a 4-horse race come tomorrow.
55.
Conan Whitehead seeing himself slide away, whilst Joe Croft will feel like he's half the world away.
140.
And little by little, this group is bunching up. But who is going to be
45.
tasting the champagne when this Super Series group is over?
Yeah, just look at the score there for Bellmont. Does he start in the 18s? Yes, he does. A couple of treble 20s.
98.
That's not ideal. Does he stay there? Yes, he does. What a
100.
dart that was.
Well, this would be some way to win a variable. It's been a really good performance. Average of in excess of 94, 50% on his double. Has had the 102 check out as well. But Bellmont on a 2-darter. If this doesn't go, another one of them. Double 16. Would have been wonderful from Ward to have finished this contest off.
He's really becoming a player in this whole Group A campaign as Harry Ward. And Bellmont may need the bullseye to stay in it. That is the scenario. He doesn't get it. Ward for a big victory.
16.
Keeps him in the equation. And it sends Stefan down to 4th. And Harry Ward does pull off the 4-1 win against Stefan Bellmont. Well, Bellmont now, the Swiss, has got a bit of a mountain to climb, but Harry Ward is looking to ascend to his Everest. 4 players, all on 10 points in the group. At the end of the 3rd round of matches, Ward beating Bellmont 4-1. Coming up after the break, it's the player at the top against the player at the bottom. It's the bookenders battle as Van Velzen takes on Croft. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds worth of play on Tuesday morning. And before the break, we saw Harry Ward get the better of Stefan Bellmont by 4 legs to 1. Now, that is Stefan's first defeat of the day. We saw Conan Whitehead lose 3 from 3 as he was beaten 4-2 by Marvin Van Velzen. But the player of the day has been Bradley Brooks so far, winning each of his opening 3, including that 4-0 win against Joe Croft in round 3. And it means that he is one of 4 players tied at the top of the table on 10 points. It's Marvin van Velzen that leads the way because of that superior legs difference, plus 10, 5 better than the next best player in Brooks. Ward and Bellmont also on 10 points. Conan Whitehead beginning to get detached on 6, whilst Joe Croft looks a lonely figure on 2 points in the table. And it is Croft and van Velzen, the players at the bottom and top of the table respectively, who go toe-to-toe in our 10th match of the morning session as we enter the 2/3 stage of proceedings. As far as Marvin's concerned, some of the performances he's put in has been superb. 95 in his last couple of matches, started with a 91, and he seems to have found a consistently high level today.
Yeah, he's a very good player. The statistics back that up as well.
First
Maybe
leg,
not a
it's
name
Marvin
that
to throw first.
many
Game on.
Modus Super Series audience sort of will know, but he's doing really, really well on the development tour. I've mentioned he's got a real desire to succeed as well. A lot of attributes, a real good skill set, and it's that equation that we talked about earlier. It's top against bottom, and you would just expect Marvin to run away with the game, exactly what he did in the case yesterday when the pair met. It was a straightforward 4-0 victory for Marvin. But Modus Super Series does come up with some surprising results, and it's time for Joe Croft to come to the party.
95.
As far as Croft is concerned, today must have felt like lights out, and away he goes towards the bottom of the table.
I know you like to do your preparation yourself, but is there any background to the nickname Crofty?
96.
It's a bit like Darren Johnson's nickname. It's very inventive. His nickname's DJ because his first name's Darren and his last name's Johnson.
60.
And I did some really good digging as to why he might be called Crofty. And this will blow your mind, Glenn. His last name's Croft, and he's put a Y on the end.
Genius. And it's been a great start from Marvin van Velzen once again, which would be no surprise to many
55.
watching this past
Marvin,
day
you
and a
require
half.
70.
Is it the treble 18 start or treble 10? That's the option. And it's tops. Double 10 for a 15 darter.
Game shot on the first
Looking
leg.
good, isn't he?
Marvin van Velzen.
He is looking good, not only in this match, but he's looking good for Group A victory.
There's a real
Second
solidity
leg,
about
Joe to
him.
throw first.
Marvin
Game on.
starving for success here at the Super Series.
66.
I mean, you saw the Group A 6 players, Henry. If you were asked the question yesterday morning, who would you have chosen to win it?
134.
I would have gone between Whitehead and Brooks. And of course, remember, Bradley's looking for back-to-back Champions Weeks.
100.
Qualified last time, of course.
Yeah, I just think that's what Bradley... I just get the sense of Bradley that he expected to be a professional player over the next couple of decades, when you become World Youth Champion.
140.
But I'm a big believer in life that, someone's out there just to remind you, just to keep you grounded. And maybe the Super Series will
58.
be his real opportunity to get back to where he believes he should be. I've seen enough from him this week that his game's not a million miles away. I don't know how dedicated he is right now in his practice.
57.
But when it comes to cue skill, I'm sure Bradley Brooks will sail through that this year.
Could
99.
go into it with a few
Marvin,
titles
you require
under his belt as well
170.
towards the back end of the year. Van Velzen's got 6 from the fish to break the throw of Croft and open up a 2-0 lead. He's going to need the half dozen.
81.
Slip with dart free just makes his next turn a little bit more difficult. It may just be a dart at the bullseye on the back of the 89.
58. Marvin, you require 89.
It was a 15 darter in the first leg. Treble 19 will be the start. So just take us back. So he's got 68 points left. And with his opponent on a finish, he'll look at the bullseye. And that's a fantastic
64.
angle to see the eye line he
You
had on
require
that bullseye.
120.
Climbing the ladder is Crofty towards the top rung. But the leg's
80.
not one.
Marvin, you require 25.
Doubles, 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 Joe. I have a feeling the back end, he didn't intentionally go that way, but does give you the opportunity if you do slide out.
3. Joe, you require 40.
And so another free hit tots for Crofty.
Game
Only
shot
needs
at
the one
second
to
leg,
level up
Joe
at
Croft.
1-1.
Yeah, great question from Sean. Why doesn't the Super Series move around the UK to give more players
Third
more
leg, it's
exposure?
Marvin
Well,
to
I'll
throw
answer the
first.
first part of that.
Game on.
I think players are getting an incredible amount of exposure at the Modus Super Series from the
55.
ADC UK, from the ADC Europe, even the Oceanic. We've even got other players around the world coming from America, North America, etc. We've seen the success of the
85.
Canadians, the Americans. So I've got no issue with that part of the question. And as a dart player, if someone mentions the Modus Super Series, the venue here is spectacular. And the lighting, the production, to get that and move it around
139.
different venues in the UK would be, it would be impossible. But it's a purpose-built building here now, and every player you meet, they believe that stage is
125.
close to a professional stage you'll play on.
Well, there's a lot more that goes into it than just watching the darts. There's a massive technical effort, and we have some superb people who work behind the scenes. We've got a
83.
fantastic bunch of people that work behind the scenes. Now, they're all full-time. They're all located in Portsmouth or the surrounding areas, so the logistical
60.
operation would be a huge one. And I know I'm kind of breaking the fourth wall here by saying it, and what a superb job our backroom team do here day in, day out, week in, week out, the Super Series. Anyway, thank you for the
41.
tenner, and I will use that after the programme's done.
$100.
Yeah, nice last start there from Croft. Like I said, top against bottom. You expect Marvin to comfortably win this game. Remember, he won this match 4-0. Yes, it doesn't always happen like that at the Modus Super Series, and all of a sudden, Joe Croft is just beginning to make a move in this match.
45.
And the fact
Joe, you
that Marvin's
require
gone trebleless again.
131.
Big chance here for Croft. That's a good start. 80 points left. He went the treble 16, double 16 rope. He leaves himself a
83.
good finish.
Marvin, you require 138.
Hair will be raising if this is taken from Van Velzen. Another one of them. Double 12.
114.
Grazes the wire. The
Joe, you
width of a
require
wire.
48.
And that could be the meagre margins that separates a 2-1 lead for Van Velzen and a 2-1 lead for Croft.
Game
And they
shot on
are the
third
minor
leg,
margins
Joe
that
Croft.
sees Croft 2-1 to the goods.
Yeah, once again, I was about to say it's missed opportunities once again for
Fourth
Croft,
leg,
because the
it's Joe to
expectation
throw
when he wants a
first.
double,
Game
you just
on.
don't sense it's going to go. There was no reaction when that double 16 went in.
$60.
Yeah, you used the word earlier, Henry, spoiler. And that's the sort of role that Joe Croft will play now with these players so far detached from him right now. And I'm sure there's
60.
3 players back there on 10 points who are thinking, see this out, Crofty.
I'll tell you the player who is in most trouble right now, Stefan Bellmont. Look at his
60.
fixtures. He's got Bradley Brooks next, and then he finishes against Van Velzen. There's a possibility that the Swiss could be detached by the end of it. And the man with the plus on his shirt may feel like he's a bit cross.
60.
But can I go back to something that you said earlier, which I think was a very valid point? I think Bellmont plays the player. And if Bradley Brooks is his
100.
next opponent who's producing the darts we expect him to, maybe Bellmont will respond.
$60.
For Stefan, it's going to have to be a case of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in the next game.
45.
Yeah, you might have to explain that one to me.
70.
I thought it was Bel-Air, not Belmont.
100.
Croft here looking to make it 3-1 and has left himself on 136 and has got a visit in hand, although Van Velzen, we're going to have had a couple of troubles here to really put the pressure on. Now, we've seen this a couple of times on Marvin's Day, where if a visit is key and he
60.
doesn't feel set, he may
you
just take
require
those extra couple of seconds. But
136.
Croft has 6 from the 136. And how crucial could that miss a double 12 of Van Velzen on the back of the 138 be in the end game?
28.
Yeah, big chance there for Croft. Like I said, I was about to say, I was impressed that he wasn't letting the situation get to him. When you're dragging those darts into 5, when you've got the leg in the palm of your hands. But once again, Van Velzen is having his most difficult period of the day so far. He's struggling to find any rhythm, any treble. And that is out to finish Joe Croft. We have talked about his finish and being his Achilles heel. But he leads 3-1. Top against bottom. Who wins? How many times have we seen this, Henry?
Well, the form guide has quite literally been turned on its head.
60.
It hasn't been a classic encounter, but Joe Croft won't care if he can get the points in his pocket.
$101.
At this stage, you feel like for Crofty, it's win at all costs, just finding a way of getting points on the board and then use that as the basis to build.
45.
Yeah, he's been in these positions before. It'd be interested to see if he'd have win that opening game yesterday against Conan Whitehead. A game he was totally in control, where he would be sat in the proceedings now.
61.
It seemed to really affect him, that opening loss, and then was struggling to find a win. Then you just sense that the group got away from him.
100.
This would be his best win of the week so far.
In fairness, he'd only have 2 to choose from. Croft is one of those players that if he gets one on the board, he can build up a head of steam. And you get the sense that he is very much an ascendancy type player. When the ground is good, he really can hit a stride. And he may well be galloping
54.
towards the victory post and in towards the winner's enclosure in this particular contest.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be many people
60.
who fancied Marvin Van Velzen for this game.
125.
But we did put the warning out at the beginning of this match. There's always that bizarre scenario when it's top against bottom as Van Velzen looks at treble 20 tops. Not going to happen.
65. Joe, you require
Could it be
128.
the moment for Joe Croft?
Well, Marvin Van Velzen's already had a 1-2-8 hit against him to lose a match. That was by
56.
Bradley Brooks in the
Marvin, you
last leg
require
decider.
60.
History isn't going to repeat itself there, but he has to find tops to keep himself in this contest and to force Croft to serve it out. 2 in hand at tops. Just above. And then crashed in. And back to 3-2 we go. And Van Velzen used that first start as the perfect guide to cushion it with his last in hand. And Croft is forced to serve it out.
Game on.
Yeah, a fantastic dart for Marvin. Like I say, he's gone 2 and a bit legs there where nothing's gone right for him. And it was all or
83.
nothing with that last dart. And with that last dart just creeping into the treble 1. And Marvin Van Velzen, can he find his scoring boots again?
Great use
65.
of dart intelligence there from Van Velzen. Knowing how the darts behave with that last dart at tops. And cushioned it off nicely.
140.
Looking to use the cushion that he has in this contest to full effect.
Yeah, when you get your treble 20 first dart like that, then he only scores 65, but he does brush
100.
that aside. Just continues with the job, but it's very much advantage Croft right now. 50 ahead plus these.
60.
Two trebles needed. There's 1. There's 2. Can he fill it up?
108.
Now questions begin to get asked of Joe Croft, who prior to that turn looked like he was managing the match-winning situation very well. But as quickly as he looked
58.
in control of proceedings,
Marvin, you
as
require
quickly as Van
156.
Velzen can steal the ascendancy.
Remember that tops when it was all or nothing for Van Velzen. We said he needed a couple of trebles.
100. Joe, you require
He's
160.
got all the attributes to be a real and have a bright future. And Croft there will be steam coming out of his ears right now. It'll be a case
Marvin,
of
you
smoking
require
Joe.
56.
Van Velzen has 3-1 behind in this contest. He's got 2 at tops to take us all the way. Well, that's high.
16.
And too high to use as a
He
marker.
requires 75.
So Croft will start on the 17s. Big 18 for a match start. And often we said that this week.
55.
It just comes up dry
You
again.
require 40.
Van Velzen gets a reprieve, but he can't pass another opportunity by. Not just in this game, but in terms of winning this group. News is this one. He could find himself on the back foot in a couple of matches' time. One left. Is not
20.
found. And Croft
So you
comes
require
back for
20.
the match.
Only 2 points going into this game for Joe Croft. Can he double that score? Double 10 have not been his friend this week.
No score.
And that trend
Marvin,
continues.
You require 20.
Crofty looking lofty and up towards the heavens. Van Velzen has been given not a divine inspiration, but a reprieve because of the misses. And he
It's on a
hits.
sixth
And
leg,
we
Marvin
go all
Van
the way.
Velzen.
3-3. And if Van Velzen can win this contest, it's
7
been
from final
partly
leg. It's Marvin
because of
to
the
throw
opportunities that that man who just cannot look
first. Game on.
in your picture there has given towards him.
Yeah, lonely place up there. But he's the player that still has the opportunities. And when he turns around, he's not going to like what he sees. He is not going to like what he sees.
180.
Well, this is what good players do. Found his back against the wall, conjures away back
60.
into the contest, and now has the ball very much in his court.
Just one treble a visit, you're thinking, from here now.
100.
Job done for Marvin. 6 darts, 2-2-1 in a last leg shootout. Your opponent absolutely seething,
100.
but still fighting.
Van Velzen was 3-1 behind in this contest.
60.
He is dragged away back into the match, and now he has control of the match. Croft needed a maxi to leave anything, and so Van Velzen's got 6 from 161 to get over the
Marvin, you
line.
require
And you'd sense
161.
has probably used his get out of jail free card.
Plan B is the setup play. May use the bull with the last.
90.
Splendid dart.
He's himself on a 2-darter after 12 and a last leg decider on throw.
81. Marvin,
And
you require
Croft
71.
just about on a finish, but this is Van Velzen's victory chance.
For his beloved tops.
31. Joe, you require 160.
Well, Croft needs something inspired. He's found the first treble. Couldn't find dart 2. Van
100.
Velzen's heart
Marvin,
would
you
have been in its
require
mouth,
40.
but he's now back for tops.
In a match where he's been second best throughout. Marvin Van Velzen to go
Okay,
top
so
of the table, the
match,
first plate
Marvin
at 12
Van
points.
Velzen.
Joe Croft is pretty disgusted, disconsolate as he walks off there and almost apologetic. But I saw enough there for Marvin Van Velzen. He showed a lot of fight and tenacity. He's the one who goes top of the table there against the luckless Joe Croft. It was a tale of missed opportunities for Joe. And you can see what he thought about as he trundled off the stage there. But the Dutchman just done what he needed to do, and that's a mighty fine fight back. He'll be delighted to be on 12 points. Big game coming up next. Don't miss it. It's Bradley Brooks against Stefan Bellmont.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith is it
Darius Labanowski.
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. Undermatch.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. If this would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this Tuesday lunchtime, where before the break we saw Marvin van Velzen get the better of Joe Croft by 4 legs to 3. It moves him on to 12 points in the group, and the winner of this game will also be on a dozen as Bradley Brooks takes on Stefan Bellmont. Now, as far as Bradley's concerned, he has played some superb stuff. Averages on 97, 94, 83, 3 wins and 3 for him. If he makes it 4 from 4, he's in a very good step. And he could complete the card in the last game of the session when he takes on Harry Ward. As for Stefan, well, he's picked up a couple of wins, but
first leg,
it's also fair to say that we haven't always known what performance we're going to get. He lost his last game to Harry Ward by 4 legs to 1, averaging 82. His opponent averaged 95. Is the truth with Stefan, we don't know what to expect, and for Bradley it's about keeping the momentum going.
Well, it was the game of the day between them yesterday. It was 102 average for Bradley Brooks. And it wasn't enough against Stefan Bellmont, who did produce the darts we expected. And I'll go back to something that you said. When Stefan Bellmont seems to be played, the favourites, the elite players that plays, he seems to find his form. It's the games you expect him where he looks just a little bit laboured at times. But when people and players are hitting 140s against him, he just seems to wake up a little bit. So it was a fantastic game between the pair of them yesterday. More of the same, please.
This match sandwiched in the middle of the 4th round of matches on this Tuesday afternoon. The 2 points
47.
really are the bread and butter for the pair.
$140.
Time 40 for Bellmont. Leaves himself at 156. Brooks lurks around.
Yeah, on 273, there's options around the board to get down to a finish.
134.
He stuck to the traditional way, gets down to a finish, but this is more the favoured finish of 156 because if that treble 20 goes in, you'd expect to get a shot from there, but excellent set of play from Bellmont.
Bradley require 130.
Bradley's already had a couple of big outs, 128 to 121. But the 139 isn't going to join the glistening catalogue of big outs
33.
For the
Stefan, you
Blackburn
56.
darting rover.
Yeah, there are expectations there now for Bradley Brooks. So many times it's been missed darts at a big number. So it's basically burning a dart for tops.
16. Bradley, you require 106.
Well, this would be a seismic blow to Bellmont if Brooks could take out the 106. And he's going to get a dart at tops. And he's going to pin the tops. And he snatches that leg from right under Stefan Bellmont's nose. It's a hat-trick of ton toppers for Bradley Brooks. And it could be a 106 out, which sets him on his path towards a 4th straight win today.
Yeah, you just sensed that was going to go, didn't you? The confidence seems to be oozing out of Bradley Brooks today.
140.
We do call it Moving Day Tuesday. It's been all about Bradley today. But a good start to this leg for Bellmont.
140.
I mean, this is what the Modus Super Series can do. When we interviewed Bradley yesterday, I just got the sense he didn't want the interview so early on the Monday. And his game was, I don't know where my game is at. But right now, when you're on that stage, I mean, this is his 9th game of the week already. You can play yourself. You can go away come next Saturday night and feel like a different player.
Suppose speaking to Chris Murphy at 8:30 in the morning on a Monday isn't for everybody then.
Well, it was Phil Bars, but I won't correct you live on air.
The famous Mr. Phil Bars.
81.
Bellmont winning a scoring stake, see, that's for sure. He just fluffed his lines when he come to the finishing. Missing big numbers, didn't help. But he's got the opportunity here with this 140. Only thing not to do is bust the score.
92.
And he's gone the Bradley Brooks way.
Bradley require 161.
It's down to go up. And Bellmont here is going to be left thinking, and remembering the last leg, in and around that region, missed the board.
87. Stefan, you require 48.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be such a problem. That's a big target. That's 6 in the 8. 16 in the 8. It's double 60 in the route. You sense this is a big dart already. He fluffed his lines in leg 1 on the finish. And it was punished by Bradley Brooks. Will it be the same again?
You can probably feel Brooks swoop in, and he does so again, and it's 2-0. A 14-darter execution to the highest degree.
It's Bradley to throw first.
And slowly and brick by brick, Bellmont must be thinking he's slipping and sliding down the table.
But he had the opportunities. It's not like, yes, Brooks is taking out the finish, but all he's doing is mopping up the mistakes of Stefan Bellmont, so he's only himself to blame at this stage.
More pinches than a
41.
Crab on a beach from Bradley Brooks in this match. Here's a player, and we've said it all day, and I feel like we're a broken record repeating it. But Brooks is a player that once he finds his gallop, really does kick into his strides. He's very much a front runner, a form horse.
Yeah, he's 7 legs on the spin without a loss as Bradley. He won that last leg decider against Marvin van Velzen. A 4-0 victory over Joe Croft, leading 2-0 here. He hits the form dog right now. A form horse even.
Well, you could have a form dog if you're a greyhound racing fan.
A former dabbler.
No, that's the Olympics in Paris, Glenn.
Just a little slide into the thighs there. Sort of,
95.
Once again, that last dart. It's been so key to Bradley Brooks today. And that's what I've been looking for him. Not the guy who wasn't sure where he's going to be. He's playing with real conviction right now. And he's really shown his character and his courage this week.
41. Bradley require 100.
Why do I expect this to go? I don't know why.
Expert punditry there from Henry Deacon, the reserve commentator for this week.
Nice to see you here,
Bradley
Glenn.
requires 71.
Nice to see Bradley Brooks is here. He won't like that as a start. Just a little look at the score of 134. He has to go the bullseye route.
35.
Well, even that's gone his way.
134.
He's missed the desired target, but has left a nice finish. And Bellmont can't check out the 134. Everything's going the way of Bradley Brooks right now, Henry.
96. Bradley require 36.
Well, at the minute, as Brooks
Game shot on
opens
the
up a
third
3-0
leg, Bradley
lead,
Brooks.
Bam Bam is destroying the man from Cham. This really, for
Fourth
Bellmont,
leg,
isn't
it's
going to
Stefan throw
plan.
First. Game on. $60.
That's 8 legs on the spin for Bradley Brooks, but the way he's preparing for this leg, I still didn't think he was that happy with himself. Seemed to dig the dart in his finger there.
60.
Well thrown darts. No reward there for Brooks, but good moments here for Bradley Brooks.
Which can be seen as a sign from him to say that he wants to wake up. Bellmont's awoken.
100.
Bellmont's hit the max. The first of this contest.
Yeah, I think it's all about concentration levels for Bradley
44.
Brooks right now. Seems to have... Luckily, it's on the throw of Bellmont. But you would think this leg was over at this stage. Treble 18 will be the shot to leave the big fish.
55.
Maximum from Brooks.
$41.
It's an off leg from Bradley, but it's not a disaster because it is on the Bellmont darts. He will have the opportunity, the insurance policy of being able to serve it out twice. And he'll have a stress-free chance of doing so
100.
in the next leg.
Well, this is an average buster, this leg for
46.
Bradley Brooks. He was averaging in
Stefan,
his
you require
mid-90s going into this
106.
leg. He's now dropped down to 80. Yes, he's got the 3 legs on the board, but he's fallen asleep in this leg, something that you can't do against Stefan Bellmont.
50.
Raise of the eyebrow as to say, why now is it all suddenly working? He's left himself on the
140.
fish
Stefan, you
in
require
case.
56.
0 from 3 on the outer ring, and once again, he's done the Conan Whitehead. Gone for the 16, but hit the 7. He's burning darts for his finish. Back to top, just the 1 dart.
16.
Bradley Brooks
you
was
require
never, ever in this
170.
leg.
Can he reel it in for the match? Unable to take out the 170, and so Bellmont is back for tops,
40.
and Brooks
Stefan,
is
you
unable to
require
apply
40.
ample pressure from the big fish. He's left the little fish.
Game
But
shot
he
on
is now
fourth
going to have the
leg,
insurance
Stefan
policy of
Bellmont.
serving it out as Bellmont reduces the deficit back down to 3-1.
Yeah,
Fifth
back to
leg,
business
it's
for
to
Bradley
throw
Brooks right
first.
now.
Game
You
on.
just sense there was a real lack of concentration that last leg, and I think the leg on the board for Bellmont might wake Bradley Brooks up again.
74.
Things just not going his way. Those trebles that were creeping in are just going either side now. Good moments for Bellmont.
140.
Brooks isn't careful. This tide could turn very quickly.
Yeah, very interesting, Henry. Just visual. But again, he's having to move. The treble 20's in. You want to replicate that dart. But because the dart is going in, sitting down, he's then having to chase around the board. That's perfect for Bellmont. You'd expect more to follow. Surely a max.
108.
Well, the difference here is Bellmont hasn't changed his level. Maybe it's gone up a little bit. But the key difference in this contest is the level of Bradley Brooks has decreased. This has plateaued in the
94.
middle and plateaued in a good sense for Bellmont, who's got 6 here from 181 to get the break, return the game to throw it 3-2, and then have the darts from 3-0 down to take us to a deciding leg. However, he needs to do a
65.
proficient job in the setup turn.
Yeah, the fact he's got the dart in this leg means he's still in with a chance, but treble seemed to go and miss. That will help.
96.
Will he be back?
Stefan, you require
Bellmont purposely left the
116.
116 using the bullseye and centre of the board. Treble 19 needed.
Well, Brooks has already had the 106 in this game. He's had
80,
3 ton toppers
92.
today. He's
Bradley
already won a
require
game with a ton
113.
topper. Well, you can still do it. Treble 18 bull. Well, this would be some recovery. But he's unable to get that dart of the bullseye, and
81.
Bellmont to get the break.
Stefan, you
Double
require
12.
24.
Yep, needs to go, doesn't it? Bradley Brooks will be wanting the opportunity at double 16. But he's not going to get one in this leg anyway.
On the fifth leg, Stefan Bellmont.
Just had to double check there with the referee for a second there. I think he thought he'd miscounted, but he got there. He
Sixth
really
leg,
is
it's
genuinely
Stefan
back in
to
this
throw
match right
first.
now. It's on throw. Stefan
Game
Bellmont
on.
will have the darts to level up. Bradley Brooks is now thinking. He didn't panic earlier at 3-0, but that poor leg has set up Stefan Bellmont. We did say you don't give this man opportunities. So he's very much back in it, Henry.
Indeed he is. And if Brooks gets off to a poor start here, the panic button may begin to
57.
be pressed. The alarm bells may begin to be rang.
I suppose it's my job to try and dissect a reason why you've got a player winning 3 out of 3 and us talking about him winning 8 legs on the spin, then all of a sudden just hit the wall. But that has been the case for Bradley Brooks. He wants to be very careful. He don't particularly want to go to a last leg decider because that word momentum comes in. But Bellmont, is he throwing this leg away?
21.
Chance for Brooks.
Well, the football season begins at the weekend, and the Blackburn Rovers fan Bradley Brooks is needing the scoring power of Sammy Schmodix right now. And he has found that scoring power. When he's needed it the most, he's first to finish against the throw.
Yeah, what a return of form. Just when he needed it most, Bradley Brooks, all on the back of Bellmont, scoring 21 points in his last one, and the trebles are now going dry for the Swiss.
55. Bradley, you require 164.
6 from 164 to get the job done. Doesn't have to attack the bullseye if he doesn't want to. But he's going to go for it. And he almost got it.
139.
Yep, I like that. I like the aggression. Bellmont is all over the place. Looks a little bit shell-shocked. And fair play to Bradley Brooks.
60. Bradley, you require
2 darts for the
25.
match.
Double 12. And Bradley
shot.
Brooks
And the match,
is
Bradley Brooks.
formidable. 4 wins from 4, and he is sailing up the standings in Group A. 12 points to his name, and he is 1 match away from completing the cards. But as far as Stefan Bellmont is concerned, 2 defeats in his last 2 matches now sees him on the back foot. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Conan Whitehead up against Harry Ward.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there.
he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, a day where Bradley Brooks has played for and won for. Moving Tuesday has been all about Bam Bam today. Well, fair play to this man in your picture, Harry Ward. All the questions that's been asked of him, he's usually had the answers. He'd be delighted the way his form has increased from yesterday. Total opposite to the man in your picture, Conan Whitehead. Remember, after 3 games yesterday afternoon, he'd played 3, won 3, and he was looking at a real potential win, even we were talking about a potential runaway winner, because Conan Whitehead loves this stage. He loves the format. A proven winner here. It's just not happened, and he's looking a little bit detached from the rest of the field now and has to win his final 2 games of the day, that's for sure. But in Harry Ward, Henry, it's going to be a tough ask.
It is. And when you look at the numbers for this pair today, they probably meet quite nicely in the middle. Whitehead with
38.
a couple of good performances, 85 average in there, 94 in there, and the losing effort to Stefan Bellmont. In his last game, average 83. He's not playing bad, but
108.
his opponents are just finding something a bit more significant. Have a look at, these are the averages that have been hit against Conan today. A 97 from Brooks, a 94 against Bellmont, and a 95 against Van Velzen.
59.
Players are finding their best against the Barbarian.
Yeah, that's super darts.
45. 100.
Whitehead off to a positive start in this first leg. And we have seen from Harry, sometimes it can
95.
take him a leg just to get up to speed in a contest.
Yeah, I think one thing he was a little bit disappointed in yesterday, Harry, is that at times he felt
60.
really comfortable.
And you require
Did put a
121.
couple of games in that weren't at the level he wanted to be at. He seems to have corrected those wrongs today. But it's Conan Whitehead that's come out the traps
97.
very, very nicely here.
He is left double 12 to take out this opening leg. And he is
60.
going to have a
And you
plethora
require
of time to
24.
do exactly that. Double 6. Now, doesn't have to go for double 3, but is
18.
elected to attack it.
Yeah, I agree with you. And he seemed to look at the scoreboard after the dart of double 3 was thrown. But I think that's the mentality of Conan. If there's a double there, I'm going to go for it.
62.
I don't think there was
And
any
you require
consideration of
6.
splitting. Does he split here or does he go direct? Now it's really, really awkward. It hasn't been Conan Whitehead's day, remember.
No score.
And this dart is testament of
Harry, you
that.
require 122.
Well, this really would be a steal. But Ward isn't going to take out the 1-2-2, but he would be mindful to leave this as handy as possible because Conan is in an uncomfortable position. Didn't have to go for the
76.
double 3,
Conan, you require 6.
and Ward wasn't on a finish. And now he sees his
Big shot on
opponent
the
creep
first
up on
leg.
him, but
Conan
Whitehead
Whitehead.
takes out the first leg. And the Barbarian is the type of player that plays the sport
Second leg.
almost
It's
like
Harry
Kevin
to throw
Keegan's
first.
Newcastle side in the
Game on.
mid-90s, where they'll go full attack at every single moment. But is
57.
Conan closing in on that pack at the top?
Well, he's wearing the black and white for you, Henry.
We play you in a couple of weeks, don't we?
41.
Portsmouth and Middlesbrough.
Yes, unfortunately, I'll be in Turkey. 40 degrees, so I'll try and find a TV and watch that one.
100.
Ever the optimist, but Middlesbrough never win on the opening day. I think I remember Alan Boxick scoring a hat-trick away to Coventry once. It's about the only time I can remember
94.
Middlesbrough winning. So we play Swansea this week.
Yeah, we've got a tough start. Leeds away on the opening day. Doesn't get tougher in the Championship.
Dirty Leeds.
140.
Of course, the team that's supported by the world champ, the world number 1, the match play winner, Luke Humphries.
140.
Yeah, just beginning to warm up this match. A slow start. A lot of that down to the missed doubles, of course, from Conan and Whitehead. But I think you're absolutely spot on again, Henry. Harry Ward did start slowly, but has got better throughout his games. And this has been a tremendous second leg.
42.
No two legs are the same.
36.
And it has been a complete compare and contrast to Harry Ward. It's a 13 darter to level up at 1-1. In the first leg, he was throwing a bag of nails. In the second one, he was throwing a bag of gold. 1-1.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to what he said in his interview earlier. You know, yes, he's not playing regular darts, but in a best of 7, he feels like he can beat anyone. In his opening leg on Monday morning was an 11 darter, so he knows 41. His game is in there. You know, my question to bounce back from that, if you're going to win a Modus Super Series, you have to have that level of consistency as well. And you can't have that sporadic 11 darter, the sporadic 13 darter. But he's demonstrating an awful lot of consistency today. And rest of the week looks really good for Harry Ward. Big win here. He's in the mix. 43. I'm just wondering, Henry, are the other players beginning to think, come on Conan in this game?
Oh, absolutely. Because what it would mean is there is a potential 46. If Marvin beats Stefan and Bradley beats Harry, that you've got 2 players on 14 points. As a consequence, Bellmont and Ward would be left on 10 or 12, depending how he gets on in this match. And so effectively you'd have 2 players jumping away at the top of the table, where maybe we're then looking at the battle for third place and the final spot in Group B, as opposed to a 4-horse race to the line. The final round of fixtures, we're going to find out so much 100. Because each of the top 4 are playing one another to end the day.
Whose place, who would you like to be right now?
Easy to say, isn't it, that you want to be the player at the top of the table, but Bradley Brooks, in terms of performances today, in 59. Terms of picking up wins today, he's been the man. And I think we've been waiting for, and I know he's won a week here, Bradley Brooks, in 92. 2024, but I think we've been waiting for a day where he really stands out from the rest, and this is what he's beginning to do here. And I think when he dropped off tour, he would have seen himself as one 60. Of the big hitters in this division. And he's playing like that today. But Whitehead is one of the biggest fishes in the Super Series lake, and he's looking for the little fish here.
125.
I get the sense that Conan doesn't even look at what his opponent's on. He's just running his own race. Because that's not the way you'd often go on 70 when your opponent can't finish. And now he's made it a little bit tricky.
100.
And with Harry Ward right behind me, mustn't miss the big number. It's been a problem. No such issue here for Whitehead. It's Modus.
No score.
Well, we saw a similar situation in the first leg, but Whitehead was able to survive the Harry Ward counter-attack. But it might be a different story in leg 3. 6. Doesn't
72.
go.
Yeah, I think they had dart alignment and the way he looked at that double 12 for a second, he thought it was in. Second time lucky maybe for Conan Whitehead. This is tricky, but them long points will help in this case. You can still see an awful lot of that bed. That's a stunning last dart. Let me tell you, he was going for the bottom left of that double 2, but used that second dart and just kissed in. Conan Whitehead's first bit of real success. He leads the match 2-1.
He was looking to sprinkle over the top like Salt Bay on a steak.
We'll be talking about carrots next, Joe.
79.
Two on Whitehead, but already the 85. Barbarian has missed 9 darts at a double in this contest.
That's a beautiful dart from Conan.
100.
Yeah, it was a bit of an average bust of the first leg. This is now about real match play. About 2 players. Conan, just 2 from 11 on the outer route, just spoilt his average. But like I say, I'm just beginning to see real success from Harry Ward today. It's a really big game for him.
But Conan's one of them. He won't care about what he's averaged. He won't care about his doubles percentage. That's a complete irrelevance. For him, the only thing that matters is there a W or is there an L next to his name? Well, in a minute, it could be a D for draw.
Yeah, he was fabulous in the players area when, you know, I played in the same week as him. He's
Harry requires 76.
great character, but he has that fierce determination when he's on the hockey. But I'm seeing that with Harry Ward right now. No such issue in the 16. Precariously close to the 7. But it stops.
56.
Just for the sake of our viewers, what was your record like against Conan in that week?
I mean, I will tell you without the joke, because I think you're trying to have an element of ripping me to shreds again, but I will tell you the story in the next leg.
Double 10 to win this leg. 2 5s. 2-2.
On the 4th leg.
Yes,
Harry
I played
Ward.
Conan Whitehead around about 1 a.m. and he couldn't walk. He couldn't throw. He couldn't throw his dart. His
5th
arm
leg,
was
it's Conan to
absolutely
throw
in
first.
bits. He couldn't practice.
Game on.
And he beat me 4-0. Happy now? That wry smile over here. You've got corned beef on your lips, by the way.
No more for you.
137. $97. 47.
Effectively a best of 3 now. Conan has the darts.
$55.
Chance for Harry Ward. Big H, as he's known in the dart fraternity. Perfect dart. Must follow that. That
64.
will frustrate. You can see that. You don't often give much away, does Harry Ward. That first dart was perfect. And to score 64 from that.
I had to head downstairs
42.
because that leaves him on 167. Great last dart, great 140.
You require 167.
And Whitehead's unable to take out the 167, and this leg, as a consequence of that 140 turn for Ward, could take on a
97.
different complexion
Harry, you
altogether.
require 113.
Yeah, big moments in this match. Double 18 for Big H.
95.
So
Conan, you
close.
require 70.
One dart at double 16.
54.
Does not go, it grazes the
Harry,
wire,
you
but just
require
inside.
18.
Ward wants double 9 for the break. And to put himself
Shot on the
3-2 in
5th
front,
leg,
and he now
Harry
has the
Ward.
darts to complete a 4-2 win, which would put him on to 12 points and would mean
6th leg, it's
that at
Harry
the
to throw
end of the
first.
4th round,
Game
the
on.
4 cycler matches, there'd be 3 players tied at the top of the table, and Conan would be left on 6 points, the points tally
96.
of which he started the day on.
Yeah, I've mentioned a couple of times I'm sharing accommodation with Conan. Well, I think I'll stay away from him. I don't tell him I'm leaving the house at 2 a.m, so I must be
41.
quiet.
Heard you two have acquainted yourselves quite well, Glenn.
Yeah, I thought there might have been
85.
2 beds, that's all I'm saying.
Well, the top and tail of proceedings have been exactly the same for Whitehead, and to be perfectly
100.
honest, he wouldn't mind rolling back into bed and the alarm clock going back off again.
Yeah, exactly. And he won't like what he sees.
140.
Very, very impressed with Harry Ward today. I hold my hand up. I'm a little bit guilty of doubting. The bookies had him second favourite to win the week, and for me it was a case of he's not playing
140.
regular enough. but he's proven me wrong, and 180 points away now from another big victory and join the two players at the top.
41.
That was a slip of the hand with the last dart, and it's just opened up a window of opportunity here for Whitehead. However, has not
50.
been able to do enough
Harry
damage. He's left himself on the fish, but
139.
nothing more. We're seeing a couple of offline darts from both
35.
players here.
Conan, you require
Ward will feel like he's thrown this one
170.
away. Scores are 41 and 35 when he had this match in the palm of the hands, and Conan Whitehead's going to leave this pretty.
98. Harry, you require 104.
For the match and for a dozen points in the group. Double 16
88.
doesn't go, and Whitehead has a chance to
requires
take us the
72.
distance again.
Will he be back? 72. He'd expect Conan to have at least a dart or a double. That will be the case if he can stay straight on the 20. Doesn't need to move this time.
32. Harry, you
And
require
so Ward will
16.
come back to ward off the Conan comeback. Double 8. But it doesn't go,
score.
and Whitehead can take
Conan,
us to
you
what would be
require
his
40.
third last leg decide of the day if he can nail tops.
Game shot on a 6th leg.
No problems
Conan
whatsoever.
Whitehead.
We are going the distance once again. And from having 4 match darts, it might be smiles
7th
all
and
round.
Final leg. It's Conan to throw
But the
first.
carrot was dangling there for
Game
Harry
on.
Ward. The opportunity to go on to 12 points with Marvin van Velzen and with Bradley Brooks. And all of a sudden, the twist of turns there means Conan White is now favoured for this game. He's in the treble.
134.
Advantage Whitehead.
The release of the tension as the tension reaches its boiling point. Conan may not have won a game
100.
today, but every single match has gone tight. This is the third game that he's played today out of 4 which has gone all the way, and the other one went 4-2.
140.
Still looking for that elusive win, and he's put himself in a great position after 6 darts to do exactly that. Ward needs a couple of trebles. He's not going to find it. It's advantage Whitehead.
59.
Well, Conan's final game of the day is against Joe Croft, who is having his own problems. So he'll fancy his chances and would get the double
100.
figures then going into tomorrow. There'll still be an awful lot of work to do, but Conan Whitehead, with victory here, just keeps him in the mix.
But even a maxi doesn't leave him on a finish. It gets the lights flashing, but it doesn't put him on a finish. He'll lurk in the background and now
59.
hopes that when Whitehead returns, he spurns opportunities to win it.
It's all about putting pressure on Conan Whitehead now. I don't mind the bullseye with the last.
44.
Doesn't
Conan, you require
execute.
68.
Whitehead for the match.
1 dart. Take your pick. It's double 16.
Game
For his
shot
first
and the
win
match,
of the day.
Conan Whitehead.
Relief on the face of the Barbarian as he finally crosses the finishing line. He gets the better of Harry Ward by 4 legs to 3. An outpouring of relief for the former champion who won that game on the double that won him the title back in October 2022. Whitehead 4, Ward 3, ends round 4. Coming up after the break, it is Stefan Bellmont against Marvin van Velzen.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Front Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Cox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 4 rounds from 5 have been completed on this Tuesday morning at the Super Series, and we have 2 players prior to the top of the table. Marvin van Velzen and Bradley Brooks, both on 12 points respectively. Brooks is 4/5 of the way through the card. Van Velzen with another solid performance on this Tuesday morning. Harry Ward and Stefan Bellmont both on 10 in the chasing pack, and they both have to take on the top 2 in the final round's worth of matches. Whitehead and Croft are now detached in Ps 5 and 6. So, if Bellmont and Ward win their matches against Van Velzen and Brooks respectively, then the top 4 after 2 days' play would all be on 12 points. However, wins for Van Velzen and Brooks in these matches would mean that you'd have a top 2 on 14, Ward and Bellmont on 10. It'd be a long way back for the pair. And so you get the sense that this is a round of fixtures where we may either see a 4-horse race, or it could be trimmed in half as we go into the final days worth of action. 3 more matches to go. 3 more matches in the company of the North East's second best summariser, Glenn Durrant.
Absolutely charming. That's the way I've been treated by Henry Deacon today.
Game on.
But yeah, it's been a fantastic 2 days here in Group A. Still so much to play for. Stefan Bellmont, still haven't really worked out what Stefan Bellmont's all about here at the Modus Super Series. I mean,
97.
you can look at every stat that you want with Stefan, but he's still in a fantastic position, which is a testament of how good Stefan Bellmont is. But I still think there's another gear or so for
85.
Stefan. But with Marvin, I've been very, very impressed. A regular on the ADC European circuit as well, so it's no surprise that he's doing really well with the names of Jimmy Van Schie and Marino Michaels just above him, Mike Van Dyvenbode, who we saw yesterday. Some really good players on that circuit. Cool. He must get inspiration for seeing players like Jimmy Van Schie up there and the support that he had up there. He's that type of character as well, isn't he?
Who is back at Champions Week, second successive time when it comes to week 13 at the end of August.
140.
He, Conor Heenahan, have their fan club. The Heenahan fan club really are a raucous
60.
bunch.
Stefan, you require 164.
Bellmont looking to have a finish to cheer about here. Doesn't have to go directly for the 164. He's not going to get the 164, but he has got time on his side.
44.
Yeah, it was a routine victory for Marvin van Velzen against Stefan yesterday. The first game for the pair of them was a nice little 93 average for Marvin. But it was at this stage yesterday where he stalled a little bit. He had a big opportunity to lead overnight against Harry Ward. So he doesn't want that to repeat, but it's Bellmont first to a finish, and it's tops for the opener.
100.
but low on the tops. We've seen a few darts today across the board, if the truth be told, drag low, particularly on double attempts.
96.
So how's his secondary double?
Stefan,
Double
you
10.
require 20.
Has to move across. Can he nudge it across? Yes is the answer. He used the first dart really well. It's a 17 darter for Stefan Bellmont. He's up and running.
Second leg, it's Marvin to throw
Proficiently on them
first.
12 points. Yeah, you know, we talk about the fact as if we're saying that Stefan's had a dreadful couple of days. Do you think that's a
100.
testament of where he's at, even without being at his brilliant best? He's potentially going to be joined top overnight, or has he flattered to deceive?
I feel like he'll think it's been there in patches, but it hasn't been there at the key moments as he would have liked it to. And I think this is actually the first time Stefan's played here with a bit of reputation. We've seen a lot of Stefan Bellmont here at the Super Series, but I think this is the first time where there's been a pressure to really succeed here. I think in the past he's been allowed to just free roll a little bit, go under the radar somewhat, but because of what he's been doing, particularly on the Challenge Tour at the beginning of the year, I think there's more
100.
seismic expectations on the Swiss.
$93. $96.
Oh, Van Velzen's responded well in leg 2. It was a quiet start for the Dutchman.
Yeah, I'm also getting the sense that Marvin's just adapting to the pace here a little bit, because he's desperate to get to the hockey. Stefan Bellmont with that 180 to lead double 14. It was looking nice, this 86. He was looking in control. And that 180 is made. This has to go, this bullseye.
61.
Bellmont's looking menacing here.
Stefan, you
And this is for
require
a 2-0
28.
lead. This is not going to plan for the Dutchman.
Double 7.
2-0
Bellmont.
Stefan Bellmont.
He gets the break just when it looked like Van Velzen was opening this game up to
Third
a
leg, it's Stefan to
degree
throw
of
first.
levelness.
Game
And
on.
Van Velzen stares into the abyss, and he may well be staring at Bellmont from a long way back from here.
$43.
However, a drive visit and a slip just opens up the door somewhat.
$95.
Yeah, the perfect first half for Bellmont, as he's saving his best till the end.
100.
Pretty dominant in this game. He's round about the average that this man in the pitcher hit against him yesterday. He's doing a very solid professional job.
125.
Impressive, Van Velzen.
He's digging in, that's for sure. And take out that performance against Joe Gordon. Though he won the game, it wasn't the greatest performance in the world. But other than that, he's played some
140.
really good stuff today. And as I mentioned, he's a player that just continues to improve every single time that you see him. And that's all you can ever ask of a player, is to be better than the previous time that we've seen you. And Marvin is incrementally improving into a player who is very capable. And I love watching players like Marvin, the journey that players like Marvin go on,
85.
because we get to see them at their most raw and at their first point where they're open and exposed to the cameras, the lights, and the pressure for the first time. And over a number
56.
of appearances, we get to see how they
Stefan, you require
develop.
133.
And Marvin, like a fine wine, is developing very nicely.
So 56 points left. He's just working it out there. He can sort of chat with the referee. Remember that big 16's proven difficult to hit for a lot of the
93.
players, but no such
Marvin, you
issue
require 170.
for Stefan Bellmont. He is looking really good. Didn't anticipate this as a result. It might take something very special. Very, very special. Oh, yes, Marvin van Velzen. What a finish that is. Stefan Bellmont was looking brilliant in this game. A 2-0 up. Sat on a double. The big fish was reeled in by Marvin van Velzen. That's the type of X factor that young man has.
Just when it looked like the game was escaping from the Dutchman. He finds that moment of magic just to claw himself back in the contest. Stefan Bellmont has been hit by a right hook. Can he come back up off the canvas? He's still leading on points and leading in legs.
Yeah, remember that
59.
moment if Marvin does win this group. That could be a moment that's really turned around everything because it was one-way traffic. But that adrenaline be rushing through the body of Marvin right now.
74.
I also get the sense when the adrenaline is going through Marvin van Velzen, he likes that. I think he's a type of player when things are lethargic and going a little bit slow, it doesn't suit his style. But we use the word you have to be adaptable if you're going to win a Modus Super Series week. And that's the challenge you have when you play Stefan Bellmont.
Has to play with that air of edge, doesn't he?
108.
And he's playing on the edge. And he's playing superbly well now. He's dragged his average up to 93. He's left himself for the 150. And Bellmont, who must have thought he was going to get 3 darts at tops for a 3-0 lead, could suddenly find himself level in the next 6 darts or so. It could be 3. Went ball for tops.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is magic darts on Marvin.
114.
Well, the second dart went adrift, but he's backed it up with the last one. This has been a terrific couple of minutes here for Marvin Velzen. He was out of this match. Stefan was looking so good for 3-0. It would have been incredibly difficult to fight back in the best of 7.
Marvin, you require 36.
But he has that momentum right now. Double 18 for a level game.
13 darter.
Marvin van Velzen.
And in the space of 28 darts, we are level at 2-2. Just when Bellmont, a couple of moments ago, thought he was going to get 3 darts at tops for a 3-0 lead, suddenly he's the one who will be feeling he's on the back foot. Big moments, big couple of minutes ahead for this man.
140.
He needs to win this game to keep himself in touch.
Yeah, these players have been in the venue from round about 8 o'clock this morning.
140.
5 hours later, still producing mid-90 averages. Both over 96 at the moment. Nothing to separate. 2-2, both on 3-6-1. What an enjoyable game.
60.
And like I said, so much to play for. Marvin van Velzen can guarantee to be top of the table overnight with victory here.
If yesterday was a case of 6 players that were waiting to simmer up, today at points really has come to the boil.
And Bradley Brooks could win 5 out of 5 today and still not be top overnight. Are we going to have 2 players fighting out tomorrow?
60.
Or it's going to be the assessment we gave you at the beginning, where a victory here for Bellmont, a victory at the end for Harry Ward, really tightens that bunch up again.
140.
And interestingly, Bradley Brooks and Marvin van Velzen meet in their first game tomorrow. Game 2 of the
91.
session.
Marvin, you require 161.
Well, this to turn the game on its head, and the 161 isn't going to go, but he's forced Bellmont to take out this 150. He's on for back-to-back 13s.
Yeah, this is a staggering response on the Dutchman. I mean, Bellmont hasn't played bad, but that's 170 finish. It was a case of saved by the Bellmont.
24.
So 15 to make it 2-1, 13 to make it 2-2. But is he going to take out the double 6 to make it 3-2? No is the answer.
Marvin van Velzen has had real disappointment in that double 12. That was my thoughts when he went to it. I wonder if that was the case. His eyes scrunched again. But how many times are we going to see a big number missed? A little shake of the head there. He's burnt a dart. It's the 1 dart at tops, not for the first time for Stefan Bellmont.
32.
Doesn't see that out.
Marvin, you require
How
12.
frustrating must that be?
Just when you look like you staved off the counter-attack from your opponent, you had the opportunity to move yourself one away and you couldn't convert. It's a sickening feeling. You'll feel as sick as a chip if Bellmont could pin double three, of which he can, last dart in hand. And he knew how pivotal that dart was. He knew how pivotal that break was. And he knows how pivotal a win this could be. And he's now a leg away from moving on to 14 points overnight. And that would mean no matter what happens between Brooks and Ward in the last game, he would top the table.
Yeah, if I could invent a dart player, and then you look at these two responses of these. You've got a guy jumping around, bouncing around. Look at that with the adrenaline pumping through him. Or you've got the ice in the veins of Stefan Bellmont. I know which one I'd rather take. I thought it was a fabulous response. And in an environment with no crowd, etc., letting your opponent know how important that double three was. Superb from the Dutchman. What a fight back.
MVV is playing like the MVP right now.
60.
He's exerting it in his mannerisms. He's exerting it in how he's playing.
Yeah, it was a raise of the eyebrows when Chris Murphy asked me yesterday who will win this group.
140.
And when I said Marvin Van Velzen, it was almost a surprise look. I don't think it's a surprise to Marvin. He's a big character in the players area, Conan was telling me this morning.
85.
Big practicer. He's loving it right now. That 5 there, just keep Stefan Bellmont involved. But once again, he looks shell-shocked.
And not for the first time. This is the second time in successive matches where he's been hit by a player who's had a very good run of things. It happened to him against Bradley Brooks a couple of matches ago.
Your brain is telling, just keep it simple. When it goes into the 5 there, you're fighting with yourself. But a terrific response. But is it enough? Because still a chance, still a little opening here for Bellmont. But he has to find trebles, but not the treble 5.
It's beginning to fall apart here for Stefan.
69.
He's left himself a finish.
91.
But this, for 14 points overnight, to be top of the table going into the last day, no matter what. And tops will see Marvin Van Velzen on top going into the final day's play. He gets the better of Stefan Bellmont by 4 legs to 2. And it means no matter what happens between Ward and Brooks, he'll be top of the table. A salute to the camera. A good day's work has just been completed. And doing so with an average in excess of 93, 4 from 11 on the doubles. And how key could that big fish have been? Because at that point, Bellmont was staring at Tots with a 3-0 lead. He didn't get any opportunities after that. And Van Velzen moves on to 14 points. Croft and Whitehead is the battle of the cellar dwellers. And we're going to watch that after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are into our final couple of matches. Where before the break, Marvin van Velzen beat Stefan Bellmont by 4-2, and it means no matter what happens, he is going to be top of the table going into the final day's play. And so, from the top, we head to the bottom, where Conan, Whitehead and Joe Croft are in the basement of Group A, but who is going to end their day with a victory? Conan's not played bad today. He's lost a fair few games 4-3. In fact, he's lost 3 games 4-3 today. How today?
First leg.
Sorry, 2 games 4-3,
first.
1 4-3 against Harry Ward. How today, as far as the Barbarian's concerned, could have been so different.
Yeah, it could have been, and that's I guess that's just darts. That's the situation. I thought he's took it on the chin. He's played with smiles. And like I say, for Joe Croft, you just sense that he just wants to get this Group A out the way now. And what was that word you used? Refresh.
43.
When you start again in Group C, what was them 2 words?
Reset mentality.
Reset mentality. I think that's what we need now for Joe Croft. Do you think he'll bounce back in Group C? Because I do.
I think in some weird, twisted way, the fact that he's so far adrift now means that tomorrow he has a whole day just to gear himself up for Group C. So he's not going to have a lingering disappointment in terms of missing out on something tomorrow, you'd sense. And so
41.
He can just work his way in towards a fresh mindset going into Thursday and Friday and move from there.
And even on 10 points, Conan Whitehead's still going to be sat
43.
alongside Stefan. But with so many players ahead of him, it's going to be tough even if he goes 5 out of 5 tomorrow. So we'll be looking at 20 points. You're then wanting and needing players like Brooks and Van Velzen to lose multiple games.
Which, at the minute, just doesn't look likely, does it?
83.
And I think Conan Whitehead is a Group B type of player. I think he playing on the night will suit Conan. Still hope to play for tomorrow, especially with Joe Croft being so detached.
He can play the perpetual spoiler role. And he's looking to spoil the party for Whitehead in leg 1, who's unable to take out the 152. 78 remaining.
Left
himself double 18. Croft looking at double 10, 2 in hand. Take the first leg, double 5. Inside.
75. Conan, you require 36.
Whitehead back for the break. And pins the double 18 first time of asking. Whitehead 1 up.
Yeah, not for the first time. Missed opportunity for Joe Croft. Missed after the double. Opponent hits. For Joe Croft, he knows, just get me off the stage, he's thinking. You prepare yourself so correctly, so the same as last times. And it doesn't happen, you start questioning yourself. But in the end, for Joe Croft, it's a simple statement to make. He has to start hitting those outer ring. That's costing matches.
41.
Outer ring sting for Croft.
100.
But we know his capabilities.
140.
He's shown it on the ADC Championship Tour. He's going to be playing at the Global Championship in December. He's going to be playing in the Tour Championship Finals
99.
in the middle of November as well. There's plenty to look forward to towards the back end of the year. And he'll be hoping that a good end to the week could be 45. Just the caveat to kickstart it.
Yeah, really solid here from Conan Whitehead. If he hits the treble.
24. Conan, you require 82.
Triple 19 leaves double 8. Inside 74. It goes, but he has got time on his side. Averaging here 96, Conan Whitehead.
Yeah, the shake of the head there for Joe.
$60. Conan, you require 8.
2 fours for 2-0. Madhouse, he will attack it,
No score.
but he will go wide of the target. He's a cheeky chappy, isn't he, our Conan? Well, this makes life very interesting.
Conan, you require
Yeah, he's
8.
played the camera all day, hasn't he? But he needs to find the double before any more showboating. And I just feared
score.
before he threw the dart, he
Joe, you
might not even throw
require
because he was
58.
shaking his head so much. And from absolute nowhere, remember, Joe Croft cannot buy a double. Can't buy a double.
Game
That's
on
how
the
to do it,
second
Joe
leg,
Croft.
Joe Croft.
And I guess the only thing that can get him is, finish the day well today, Henry.
Third
Get a
leg,
winning
it's Joe
ratio
to throw
tomorrow.
first.
And then start, like you say, his Group C
Game on.
campaign come Thursday.
And also, there's a possibility that this pair could play 5 times this week. And so there's also a possibility
55.
that they could meet in Group C. And what you don't want to do is give any kind of advantage in terms of a personal head-to-head, not give anything away in these psychological
100.
stakes.
Yeah, we've got all the numbers in front of us. And, for Conan, a win here takes him to double figures. 5 out of 5 tomorrow. Yes, the
59.
if, buts and maybes, but there's opportunities there. And you just sense the way he finished that second leg. It's not with the grit and determination that we associate with Conan.
140.
There's only one stat that Conan Whitehead knows, and that will be personal head-to-heads against players. And that, you could attest yourself, counts for so
56.
much. It's like Matthew Edgar, he had a fantastic record against Gary Anderson.
41.
He hit 170 once.
He never mentions it, though, does he?
Well, put it this way, you look at his initials. Me.
43.
Talking about me, how have you found your day, Duzzer?
Well, when I can get a word in edgeways, not bad.
90.
Apparently I've annoyed you that much, you're leaving the country tonight.
140.
Better
Conan, you
doesn't crop,
require
but yeah, it's been
130.
fantastic to be. I'll be back on Friday, so don't worry about that. But I tell you what, lateral drift into the 5s for Conan.
66.
Lateral drifts into the
Conan, you
1s
require
this time.
148.
He's making hard work of a game. He should be dominating.
So Conan's going to come back for the 64 to get the
100.
break,
Conan,
and it's
you
going to be
require
under
64.
severe pressure. Croft leaving himself on 48. Conan's going to get 2 at double 8. But not conducive.
56.
And Croft will come back
Joe,
to
you
put his
require
nose in front.
48.
He just sense he's thrown this one away a little bit. It's missed out at a double this time for the opponent because Joe Croft is just beginning to find the doubles.
Shot on the third
I can
leg,
confirm
Joe
that
Croft.
is in, Joe. The referee done the right thing by not moving there.
Right, so the bright side.
4th flag. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
And sometimes something like that could just relieve the stress symptoms a little bit, can just relax you a little bit.
78.
Yeah, it's not what relaxing Conan needs right now because I think a defeat here pretty much puts pay to any chances of topping and winning the group, slim as they may be.
140.
But we've seen some strange things happen on a Wednesday. What is your strangest
95.
equation that's happened? Are we going to go all the way back to losing every game and then winning every game the next day?
59.
We have seen that before from James Richardson the first week in this building. Moreno Blom needed Lee Cox to beat Wesley Harms 4-0. Cox ain't won a game all day. He'd finished bottom of the group against
81.
Wesley, who was in fine fettle, fine form. Cox won that game 4-0. And Moreno Blom was jumping up and down the balcony as
96.
if his beloved Dutch national team had won the European Championship final. Conor Heenahan has blown a 4-point lead before.
81.
Although, can't forget the time that Scott Mitchell won 14 out of 15 in a Group A. That was a very good campaign.
21.
Lost just the one game of darts in that group. You won't believe who I was on commentary with for that.
Was it your mate Paul Nicholson?
46.
No, it was Lord Turner, actually.
It'll feel like an eternity since Joe Croft last won a game.
Conan, you require 120.
Will he be back for 3-1? I think he went for 3 tops there, did Conan.
56. Joe, you require 85.
Great dart. Tots a 3-1. Double 10.
Game shot
And he
on
gets the
fourth
break
leg.
and
Joe
now
Croft.
has the darts to pick up his first win of the day in his last game of the day.
Yeah, he's probably just saying all of a
Fifth
sudden,
flag,
Conan, I've
it's
found me
Joseph
doubles now.
first.
3 from 7, very acceptable, 42%.
Looking like Angelina the ballerina, does Conan Whitehead.
85.
I'm going to run.
58.
Strange old performance.
140.
You just see Joe Croft when he's got that little bit of momentum about him, he's all of a sudden got that bounce in his step. That's what Conan can do on a pinhead.
Trying to enjoy himself now, isn't he, Conan? He knows today hasn't quite gone to plan. He'll reset tomorrow, that there's no doubt. He's too good a player, former champion. But sometimes
54.
you just got to put certain things down to a bad day. He hasn't played bad, but results haven't correlated. And Croft here is on the cusp.
140.
He's left double 18 after 12 to get over the line 4-1.
Well, it's been
43.
5
Joe,
losses
you require
on the spin for
36.
Joe Croft. He coming to his final game of the day against Conan Whitehead. We labelled it the basement battle. Conan Whitehead missed a couple of opportunities in the second and third leg, but double 8 for the match.
20.
However, because Whitehead went for 18 with the last dart with a miscount, he's left himself a 166, so Croft will get a second bite of the cherry. I think you'll see the flight and the stems get launched in a minute.
Well, I'm glad we've got a window covering us these days,
116.
because Conan Whitehead has
Joe
left
requires
bullseye.
16.
Will he be back? He's had his trials and tribulations, as we've mentioned on the doubles, as Joe Croft.
shot
But
and the match,
after 5
Joe
matches of losing, he ends that streak and he will go on tomorrow on the back of a victory. It had the feeling of a basement battle. Once again, Conan Whitehead will be going for the ball. No doubt it's gone straight in there. But it's Joe Croft that gets the deserved victory in the end by 4 legs to 1 over Conan Whitehead. Nothing to write home about. 1 from 10 on the outer ring was the Achilles heel for Conan Whitehead. He doesn't look too frustrated, but I think that's his chances gone of victory in Group A. He'll have plenty to play for tomorrow with Group B and Group C. But Joe Croft, he finishes with victory as we move on to the final game of Game 2. It's Harry Ward against Bradley Brooks.
And so, to our final game of the session here with the Modus Super Series, and it is one with big ramifications in terms of the top of the table. Bradley Brooks has won 4 from 4. He can complete the card if he gets the better of Harry Ward in game 15 of 15. If Harry wins this game, then the table would look as follows. Van Velzen would be top of the pile on 14. Brooks and Ward would both be on 2. However, if Bradley Brooks could win this game, he'd go level on points with Van Velzen. But no matter what the margin of victory is for Brooks in this game, Van Velzen will top the pile overnight due to his significant legs difference. So, what do we think about this one, Duzza?
Well, I think you put that very, very well, actually, Henry. So I think we're all clued up, and I think you're absolutely spot on. Ramifications on this game, so really sit back and enjoy this one. And what a start from Bradley Brooks.
Started off well, and we've mentioned before how much of a front-runner player he is, and when you're playing a 5-game group, you get the sense that when the first game goes well, the rest of the day can tend to follow, and that's exactly the trajectory that the Blackburn boy has followed in.
Yeah, liking his throw, liking the way the darts are going in right now. Bradley Brooks looks comfortable. Harry Ward is playing really, really good darts and justifying the fact why he was the second favourite to win it this week.
Brooks is looking good, feeling good, playing good right now.
I don't know about you, but every time I sort of look at Bradley Brooks, I mean, you should be thinking of the World Youth Champion, but
94.
I'm going back to that 9-darter of Willie Borland, one of the moments at Ali Pali for 9-darters.
Well, that was pure darts. This could be pure brilliance.
140.
Like I said, them darts are going in with a bit more vigour. Excellent start here from Brooks against the throw.
34.
Left to double after 12.
16.
And this has been his wheelhouse today. Double 4. Legs in this range has been his play on day 2. But he cannot find another one within 5 visits here.
Yeah, that can feel a bit of a sickener. But it hasn't been punished from Harry Ward. Bradley Brooks will be back. His doubles have been good this week.
92.
It's not like he'll have a fear of this double. But you just sense that Henry built up that the importance of this game. Just getting a leg under your belt. Now a big dart.
No score. Harry requires 64.
And Harry, who in terms of the scoring stakes has been a little bit off kilter, but he could be the victor in leg 1 if he can pin double 8. It's a holder throw that'll feel like a break because Ward has snatched that from Brooks.
Yeah, 6 missed darts
Second leg
for Bradley Brooks. That can hurt.
Game on.
But this is where you look at the characteristics of a player. The character. You have to be courageous in this. And like 34. I said, I think them darts are the hangover from missing 6 darts. He'll have to regroup. You can just see him looking around. Elite players don't do that. You've just got to think of the 97. Next 3 darts. He's outscored Harry Ward in the first leg. But that little devil just jumps on your shoulder and tells you negative things. Better from Brooks.
140.
He has hit a lot of 140s today as Bradley Brooks.
100.
On the back of Bradley's shirt has the famous slogan of Blackburn Rovers Football Club,
100.
Arti e Labor, which means translated by skill and labour. And he's had to work hard today as Bradley at points, but his
57.
skills and his quality has shone through. But he needs to get this last game done because the hard work that he has put in to put himself in a good position could 57. Be undone in one fell swoop.
Yeah, he's bounced back nicely here. He's got a nice little tasty lead. Harry needs trebles.
62.
Unfortunately, Harry, not the treble 7. So 6 darts and 170 to get back. Level with Ward. He likes a 170, you know.
145.
We've already seen that 170 there. That was a real spark, wasn't it, for Marvin van Velzen? And that could have been a real opportunity for a potential top of the table in Bradley Brooks. But he is back.
25.
He messed about in the doubles in the last leg, remember. It's double 12 this time.
Nice guide. Follows it perfectly, and Brooks is level. And the other thing that will be encouraging for him is he is finding that first start far more authoritatively now.
First. Game on.
It's going in dead centre. He's getting better lies.
85.
Yeah, we have a fabulous viewpoint here. And honestly, Bradley stands so far to right. It's sort of Bunting-esque. He's literally just right 57. On the edge of the hockey. Whereas something I always promote, I go to a lot of the academies and throw in century like Harry Ward is doing.
56.
Incredible here. You feel like every dart that Bradley's thrown will be at least 8 foot away. And the angle of entry there, but certainly works for him.
83.
Well, he's standing towards the edge of the black box, which means he has to be right on time. And his timing today has been nigh on perfect.
119.
Come on, Glenn, you just walked right into that.
First CD I ever bought, that.
Was it?
1989.
100.
Ace of Base fan?
It wasn't Ace of Base, though.
No, he's in for... I know that was Black Box, but you're an Ace of Base fan. I'll just continue the conversation.
140.
Okay, I'll quit the small talk.
Yeah, cut the small talk. You'll probably press the wrong button if we're talking music. I like that. He'll go back to the 20s. And guess where he's left again?
91. Harry,
big fish time. It was the thing for Marvin, remember, but Harry Ward just quietly but effectively getting on with his job. Double 16 for a 15 darter.
69. Bradley, you require 170.
This time Brooks needs. This time Brooks has to get the fish. But he fails with dart 1. And so Ward will return for 32.
95. Harry, you require
himself on 75 if there is a miss from Ward. But there's not. And it's back to 2-1. And Ward is in front and halfway towards a pivotal win.
Yeah, 1 from 9 on the double. So Bradley Brooks right now. Very reminiscent of the game last night when Marvin van Velzen, he played the final
60.
game against Harry Ward, who was a big favourite going into it with the potential of leading the table. But Harry Ward just did the job. Very reminiscent of the situation that we have right now. Bradley Brooks, remember, has an opportunity to join Marvin van Velzen at the top of the table. But a victory here for Harry Ward.
95.
I'll be looking at potential 3 players tomorrow for top spot.
60.
Interestingly,
59.
Bradley Brooks is a Blackburn Rovers fan. They last won the Premier League back in 1995. Neither of these players were born when that happened.
108.
Shearer and Sutton. Harry Ward. I just get the feeling that we haven't really done him justice in the past 2 days. And
45.
we've talked a lot about the Dutchman. We've talked a lot about Bradley
161.
Brooks. And Harry Ward's just been in the background. And I tell you what, if this 161 goes, does he go for it? Go on, Harry.
113.
Well, Harry Ward will possibly want a little bit more like his walk-on song. A little respect for his efforts.
60. Harry, you require 48.
Yeah, it's been almost the perfect day for Bradley Brooks, but it's all about Harry Ward at the moment.
Game shot.
Doesn't he look good?
Harry Ward.
14 darter puts him on the hill. Harry's on the hill.
Flag. It's Harry to throw first.
And
Game
if
on.
Ward wins this game, match 2 tomorrow morning between Marvin van Velzen and Bradley Brooks takes on an extra significance. Brooks bites his flights in the
139.
background, perhaps a telling sign that he feels in a spot of bother here. And Ward is kicked off with a 2-trouble turn.
Yeah, you still want to shout out in frustration. If you'd have said to him this morning, you're going to get 4 wins, Bradley, you're going to put yourself in an excellent position for the final day, he'd have snapped your hands off. But when it comes to the situation where you've played 4-1-4, But really, Harry's done.
100.
Looks like he's going to do the double over him. Remember, it was the first game of Monday morning. Harry winning 4-3 against Bradley. He's been his nemesis. And the difference between Bradley Brooks top in the group
140.
and coming second.
Has to dig in. Ward averaging in excess of 90, 60% on his
42.
doubles. Brooks 8 missed darts, including 6 in the opening leg. That's been the telling factor as far as he's concerned in this contest. And Ward now has time. He has
100.
space. He has 6 from 220 to get the job done.
You may not need the 6 after the first dart. Remember, in this situation, 1
100.
treble you feel's enough. However, when you hit it with your first, you get greedy and you want more. If he doesn't hit the treble here, you'll see him go for the bull with the last.
100. Harry require
Leaves himself on
120.
something, but is he going to get a chance? He's looking at bull because the live dart one was so far below. And so Brooks here,
Bradley require
his day may well
135.
hinge on this 135. May well hinge on one dart of the bullseye, but he's not going to get one.
99. Harry
There's the
require
setup play.
80.
And Harry Ward won't be happy that he left 80. His setup play wasn't good enough, but he's got a dart for the match.
Double 11
69.
doesn't go.
Bradley require
Missed
36.
opportunity. Bradley Brooks still in with a chance of 5 out of 5, remember. This double has to
Great
go
shot on
and
the
does
fifth
go.
leg, Bradley Brooks.
Second best throughout as Bradley Brooks, yet we are back on throw. Penny
Sixth
for your
leg,
thoughts.
it's Bradley
Harry
to
Ward,
throw
little
first.
shake of the head is about as
Game
much
on.
emotion as you'll get from Harry Ward, remember.
A missed dart at double 11 to win this match. And look how Brooks is flicking the switch in next to no time at all. And this is how games in this short course format can just swing on a pinhead.
60.
The blue touch paper has been licked.
Has it now? Has it? But Brooks won't have it.
For once, I'm so glad there wasn't a 9 there.
What are you doing licking blue touch papers, Glenn?
140.
Brooks is licking his lips, that's for sure.
He absolutely is. What a response.
105.
He's had a couple of really good fight backs today. That will really please Bradley Brooks. I think you'd associate him as someone who's really fluid, really fluent. But he's shown a lot of battling qualities today. And Harry Ward, all of a sudden, it's been a competition of Group A where there's been lots of 4-3s. Are we about to go there again?
36.
Not yet. Brooks has battled back well. Remember, he'd faced a match dart at double 11 to lose this
100.
contest
Bradley
4-1.
require 40.
And he now looks at tops to make it 3-3. Double 10, he's been good on this today. Chasing 5s. Wow.
Well.
Harry require 156.
And the only reason I say that as well is, yes, 156 is tough. But if the first one goes in, what have you done, Bradley Brooks?
Brooks said Harry Ward couldn't.
138.
And Bradley Brooks was
Bradley
right.
require 40.
That was a heart-in-mouth moment for the man from Blackburn. But he has to take it now. He has to find it now. And he does
Game
find
shot
it with
on
the
the
last
sixth
dart
leg,
in
Bradley
hand.
Brooks.
He gambled, but the gamble paid off. And the chips are down. It's the
Seventh
last
and
roll of the
final
dice
leg.
for the
It's Harry
day.
to throw
It's the final
first.
leg of the day.
Game on.
But goodness me, if we had some drama already in this contest. And we got one more dosage to come.
137.
Just when you thought Harry Ward was down and out. A 1-3-7 start and a nervy dart from Bradley Brooks. What a great game.
63.
You can cut the tension down there because of what is on offer here. Could be 5 out of 5. Joint top for Bradley Brooks. But Harry Ward, at times we've doubted him over the
81.
past 2 days. But he's put a terrific performance on. He should have won this match.
I know Brooks got the tops, but
83.
you can't help but think by electing to bust the score, he's rattled Harry's cage.
Yeah, he's that nice. I don't think he can rattle his cage, but that
38.
will disappoint. He's total control of this leg and match. Don't open the door for Bradley Brooks, because this is what he does.
123.
Well, this last leg is as close as it could get, but Ward, with the advantage of throw, effectively has the ascendancy. But he can't go dry. He does go
57.
dry. And suddenly the coin flips.
I tell you, this will be a tough one to Harry Ward to take. Bradley Brooks, who he had 0 luck
100.
yesterday. He was throwing an average of 102 and 97 and losing games. Today, he's had a lot go his way. But once again, Harry Ward's not giving up.
98.
He leaves
Bradley
a
require
two-darter.
132.
What a way to finish.
Is it going to be a champagne finish? Chubber 19. Would have given him a dart at the ball. And that may well be where Harry Ward ends up.
60. Harry require 90.
So many players are using double 15 as their real target. Big 20. Big bullseye for Big H.
65.
Doesn't go.
Bradley, you require
And so Bradley
72.
Brooks, to complete the card, is going to get 2 in his hand, a double 12, double 6. Wham!
shot and the
Bam!
match,
Brooks
Bradley
is the
Brooks.
man on day 2 at the Live Lounge. He completes the card. He wins 5 from 5, and he tells us he's won 5 from 5. Well, yesterday was a day of trials and tribulations at points. Today, a day of elation and jubilation for Bradley Brooks. He has beaten Harry Ward by 4 legs to 3. He's won 5 from 5 on Tuesday. And he and Marvin van Velzen will both be on 14 points going into the final day's play in Group A. Myself and Glenn Durrant will analyse all the action after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined alongside Bradley Brooks, who has won 5 from 5 on Tuesday. But goodness me, that last one was hard work, wasn't it?
Yeah, like you say, the 156 that I bust, maybe I shouldn't have busted it. I nearly had to taste my own medicine there. But you say, I thought today I played all right, but yesterday I thought I was done by. But
let's talk about that 156. If you just have a look down at that monitor, we've got that moment there. So you miss the tops, you go inside on the 10s, and then you burst the score. Now, dart for dart here from Harry. Talk us through what you're thinking at exactly every moment.
yeah, like you say, I know Harry is more than capable, so is everyone in the group of taking it out. But I just thought maybe, because yesterday I thought I was unlucky, I thought maybe I had the luck today, but I just saw by my face there, I thought it was going. And then, like you say, my first one at tops was a bit wild. I think that was the adrenaline of him missing, but luckily I managed to drop him last night. So,
does it feel like added pressure when he misses because he's gone for the double 18? Do you feel an extra pressure of, right, I've nearly messed up here, I have to get this right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was more the fact of, I was saying, you won't hit, I will hit, and then when you miss your first and you miss your second, you do a little bit, yeah.
Well, Glenn, what's been your overall assessment of Bradley's day?
Well, if it had been yesterday, that 156 would have gone, because Bradley Brooks was averaging 102 and losing games, averaging mid-90s and losing games, and the tide just turned earlier. Now, Bradley Brooks is a former World Youth Champion. Bradley Brooks is a great front runner. But what I've seen with Bradley today is a lot of tenacity, a lot of fight, a couple of comebacks. To win 5 out of 5 in that Group A is a real testament to his character. And at times, I've sort of criticised him in comms. I'm not 100% certain about his equipment, because he's smashing in a treble 20, then having to move down to a treble 19 because the dart is going in and sitting down. But I tell you what, today he really, really impressed me. He's a great guy. You want him to do well. So for a professional player then lose your card, sometimes it's difficult to bounce back. This Modus Super Series should be a catalyst for him. He should have things out there. Great job.
How have you found that process the last 8 months?
Like you say, I never wanted to lose my tour card. I always enjoy, like you say, Glenn was like one of the top dogs when I was there, and Glenn knows how hard it is. But with all the Moduses and how it's run, it is quite easy to adapt to, like, from the PDC to here, because you've got so many options, and Modus is a great place to go to. Then you've got stuff like the ADC as well. So I say I keep myself busy. I'm probably playing more darts now than I have been in the last 4 or 5 years, to be honest.
And in terms of your form, particularly recently, things have really gone in an upwards direction, because it felt like at the beginning of the year, everything was just kind of a restart for yourself.
Yeah, like I say, I wouldn't say I'm fully, like, at my top level. I think there's a few things that I need to work on. Like I say, I'm going through the change of my throw, which sometimes I can. But the only thing I will say with that is I can tell when I throw a bad dart, which is a good positive, because if I didn't know where I was going wrong, that's when you got the problems. But I say it's just at the minute, just try and error, and like you say, I'm enjoying my darts at the minute.
Can I just answer? I mean, I've spotted his bad dart as well, and early on Monday it was 1 in 5 darts. Today it was 1 in 20, and it's all about the feel. When you feel that extension of your arm and you finish the job, that's when he's throwing good darts.
And your timing was absolutely impeccable. We've just seen that 1-2-8 against Marvin. And when you have a look at the league table, that is oh so pivotal, because now you and him both on 14 points. You've closed the gap to a degree as well,
yep,
in terms of the legs difference. And I don't know whether you know this, but you two play in your first matches tomorrow.
Like I say, Marvin's playing very well. I've seen him at the development, so he's playing very well. And he's played well both days. But like you say, yesterday I felt I was to walk away with 2, and I felt quite a bit hard done by yesterday, only walking away with the 2 out of 5 wins. But so I spoke to family and friends yesterday, and I said today, if I keep playing and just take the right shots at the right time, I can't see where I go 5 out of 5, and that's what I've done today.
Overall, and just talking rather more generically, you've got a big end of the year ahead of you. You're going to be playing here in the Championship Tour. You've got a very good chance of being in the Global Championship in December as well. Where would you say your game is at? If I was to tell you where peak Bradley Brooks is, where would you say you were now compared to where you have been in the past?
Like I say, I will be the first to admit my bad games are creeping a little bit more than they used to. But I don't know if that's because of the confidence, or it is the change in the action, But when I'm on it, I think I am just as good as I was when I won the World Youth, when I was playing at the Worlds. I don't think it's not a million miles off. It's just trying to cut the stuff in between out.
I would say don't go for style over substance. I'm obsessed with throws now, and I think his throw looks as good as ever. He just needs to feel that dart. That one dart that he's thrown, which he's talking about, it's just sometimes the timing looks a little bit off. I think when he gets the backswing right, I think he looks great. And he has this real long arm as well. And like I say, I wouldn't beat himself up if I was Bradley Brooks right now. I've seen him for 2 days now, studied every dart he's thrown. I think his throw looks in good shape.
Overall, tight race tomorrow.
Yeah, can't wait. I'm disappointed slightly it's the opening game, but I'll be watching. Unfortunately, I'll be watching from Germany tomorrow, but I will be back Friday. I expect this man to be in the final on Saturday night. Good things happen to good people. Well done to Bradley Brooks today.
If you hated working with me that much, you've had to fly out the country.
Got to get away from you, Henry.
Well, Glenn, It's been good fun today. Really enjoyed your company. Bradley, many congratulations
cheers,
today.
thank you very much.
Good luck tomorrow.
Cheers.
We'll see you tomorrow as well. 9:30, we kickstart on the Super Series YouTube channel to see who is going to be the first player through to finals night. And with a bit of a bam bam and a boom boom, Bradley Brooks, well, he's fighting for top of the group.